attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420.
We don't need your acceptance. We don't want your care and blessings now. True Kings is a sure investment. We want you to know you can't stop us now. Your futile attempts are just pathetic. Try if you want, but you can't top our style.
They tryna come at me, try to attack me, wanna bug zap me. Ain't made in no factory. If it ain't True Kings, you buying the crap meat. What am I supposed to do with this? It's so redonkulous the way I maneuver this shit. People expected us to put out manure and shit, so I would just give up and move and just quit. Nobody ever circumnavigated Earth, north to south or south to north. Either which way you traveling, and where's the curve? There is no curve, you babbling. I go from happy to mad again. I'm as happy Madison. Whatever happened to Judge Judy's gaveling? See a boat go over the horizon, zoom in and bring it back again. You can see there's no curve even with half a brain.
We don't need your acceptance. We don't want your care and blessings now. True Kings is a sure investment. We want you to know that you can't stop us now. Your futile attempts are just pathetic. Try if you want, but you can't top our style.
Uostarosta.
Huh,
Uostarosta.
what's he doing? That's odd. I'm sure I can fix it. I think.
There is a fifth dimension, beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the mud zone.
Ho, ho, ho.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory and flair. Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Unless they playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place. The Flat Earth Farms.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
What are we gonna do tonight, Singe Man?
The same thing we do every night, Boston Ray. Try to take over the world.
Sing it, bitch.
Give it your soul. Give it your soul.
Basic, we living in the Matrix. NASA fakes it. Test the rap, I aced it. Spaceships don't take space trips. trips. It's ridiculous and dangerous to our minds. Watching the Challenger exploded 8-6. In school eating Lay's chips. As my day shifts, I'll take the night. She said she likes it like this. I got words to play with. Read about it on page 6. I ain't been the same since I saw the earth is a flat disc. Now I get blackballed and blacklist. Fantastic, you globally flatulent. Your wife looks African and masculine. I knew it was a matrix since the Ford logo changes. Earth is flat like old soda pop. The moon is not a floating rock. Control the block, don't blow the spot. That was a warning shot. Sing it, bitch.
Give it, give it, give it your soul. Give it, give it, give it your soul. Give it, give it, give it your soul.
Give it, give it, give it your soul. Your soul, whoa, whoa, whoa. Say, so much trouble in the world today. When you see the simulation, everything is okay. You can call me Rasta, even Andre. Cooking up the pasta with no delay. Portland, Oregon is the place where I play. Even when it's raining, I go out and say, hey, we got rivers, breeze, and trees. Everything now when you know I'm in need. I just get the weed from the corner store. Oh yeah, cause we got even more than you could even imagine. And you know it's the best, cause I just gonna have to puff out my chest. I don't need no ego though, cause it's been depleted. Everything now but the mystery's completed. Cause I know the truth, why I'm in the booth. Cause I gotta come and just give it to you. Dr. Hawthorne, yeah, that's my name. Head of the nut house, they think I'm playing a game. Sovereign, yeah, my soul is intact. Bob Marley has returned, as a matter of fact. Shot the sheriff, no, I don't need no gun. Using my chainsaw is much more fun. Or maybe my bat. Her name's Lucille. Think that I won't? Yeah, I probably will. I don't need no redemption when I'm singing this song. Sandy knows the hook, she's probably singing along. I don't condone violence though, because that shit's whack. I'd rather hit him with the music, as a matter of fact. When the music hits, it may cause you pain, or ease your mind like Prince Purple Rain. I don't wanna sit and wait in vain. Your political circus, it is hurting my brain. I'm a sofa king, like an eagle I'll soar. I manifest to be the best, my chakras endure. I don't need medication, cause I'm feeling just fine. Lively up yourself with your spiritual wealth. Quit eating sugar, cause that shit's bad for your health. It's no wonder you're sick. Like in the look in your fridge is straight up disgusting what they fed to you as a kid.
Give it, give it, give it your soul. Give it, give it, give it your soul. Give it, give it, give it your soul. Give it, give it, give it your soul.
Cause you can't stop me no matter how hard you try. Go ahead and call the cops, they probably smoke it too. I will give it to them, take a big puff, blow it in the sky, yeah you know it's enough. We're gonna do it, pursue it every day and night. Late night live, yeah we're gonna get it right. Keep it so true, yeah just for you. All of these things, hip hop, what we pursue, we so say so much trouble in the world today. When you see the simulation, everything is okay. You can call me Rasta, even Andre. Cooking up the pasta with no delay. Portland, Oregon is the place where I play. Even when it's raining, I go out and say, hey, we got rivers, breeze, and trees. Everything now when you know I'm in need, I just get the weed.
world of science cares about you. Eureka! We found it. With the tools of science, we have invented, yes, hand sanitizer. But not just any hand sanitizer. This hand sanitizer was developed and approved by the Dark One himself. Here are a few of the things our product can bring you.
Bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow run, he's my mighty puppy. Sir bow wow. Mud. You slept. Warning, the self-destruct system has been activated. Option to override self-destruct expires in 10 minutes.
Hey, we are live. Welcome back to Late Night Live. Who do we have here? No, the Spare Bear.
Yeah, Mug World Order.
We have Cantarctica
like a mud
merch.
flood.
Yep. He's getting a mug, but we also have Cantarctica t-shirts, Cantarctica galore. From Cantarctica from A to Z. What's up, Singe? Sean Osborne. It's in the t-shirt shop. Okay, what up, Sean? Well, we have a couple people. Well, you know, I haven't been going live lately, you know, so that's why it's not a lot of people here. Because, you know, for more or less, I've been focusing on recording the new True Kings album. Which is very
Ray, how's it going, brother?
Yeah, what's up?
Brother, I got something to talk to you about. Hold on. Un momento, por favor, mi amigos.
Dave the Damo. So, yeah, I've been working on recording my new album and whatnot, you know, so I don't want to have any outside influence. Ken F's Caravan Life. Hey, what up, Rotman?
Fucking son of a fucking bitch, dude.
I'll get you a wrench eventually.
The fuck? Oh.
What's going on, Singe?
Oh, sorry. I thought I was muted.
You cut me off twice so far. One more time. One more time, Singe.
Just mute me when I do that.
That was two.
I never cuss on this station.
No, it's like because you're
on this TV show.
It's because you're glitching out and you can't even hear me talking, and you're just completely winging it, and it's not working.
I'm not winging it. I'm not winging it. I just. What are you talking about? We just started.
All right. Let's see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes.
Hey, I apologize for swearing, audience. I never did that.
No, he doesn't cuss. He doesn't cuss.
I never swear on this. Okay, I'll be right back.
Singe man. All right, I was gonna interview you. You just walked away.
Wait, hold on a second. You can talk to me.
All right. So what have you been up to lately?
I'm just doing something really quick. What have I been doing?
Yeah. What have you been doing in your time off?
Artwork and finishing my comic, working on my comic, like really hard. Doing meditation, doing the work. You have to do the work. So
meditation.
Elevate and level.
Qigong, right?
Qigong, and just sitting, meditating, and thinking, and standing meditation.
You doing yoga?
Meditation. And when I sleep, well, not yoga.
You do.
Hard.
You do the downward dog. You do the downward dog.
I'm like lucid dreaming. I'm leveling up. That's pretty damn cool. And that's about it.
So let me ask you about this. I want to ask you about the term. You listening?
Nope.
Why
yes.
not?
How would I answer?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
I want to ask you about the term that you coined, Cantarctica.
Thank you.
Well, Cantarctica. Singe Man coined it. You made it up, right? You thought of it. What was the inspiration behind Cantarctica? You can't go there.
I'm a wordsmith. I create things. Just the ether just channels them to me. I can't take full responsibility, right?
Yeah.
Brother, Sinjamania has hit the streets, brother. You don't even know. When Sinjamania hits the streets, it's going to be in by like a mud flood coming in, and people are just going to be, whoa, the mud flood. Wait, when they tried to take down my brother Ray, you put him full street. When they tried to take down my brother Ray, I would say, enough is enough. Sinjamanians hit the street. I can't even rip my shirt. Sinjamanians! We're going to take it down. We got Boston Rain, my butt of bitches. Nothing's going to stop us. Whoa! Sinjamania!
Yes.
There's the good. See my muscle?
That was good.
Screenshot now!
What did you take tonight? All right. That escalated.
Sinjamania! I gotta face this way.
So what I wanted. So what was real quick? So
Flat. What? Cantarctica, yeah.
Yeah. What was? Why? What does it mean? Just explain it. What does it mean?
It's a great one to say to the normies. Hey, check this out. There is a place where you can't go, but they have actually made a treaty. The only treaty ever kept by countries ever. Who keeps a treaty these days? That was my
exactly. So it's so you're talking about this.
Welcome, everyone. This video is in response to the many world propagandists who demand that I show a picture of the edge of the flat Earth. For the dozens of these ball-loving zealots with multiple sock puppet accounts who repeat this mantra daily, your demand is ridiculous. But you probably already knew that, right? And that's why you probably keep demanding it. It's actually pretty funny that I just got one of these take a picture comments an hour ago. I'm going to prove in this video that independent travel is not allowed under the Antarctic Treaty System. That fact alone should cause any thinking person to begin questioning our official models. Because something big is being hidden from we, the plebeians, and we're not talking about penguins. For most flat earthers, based on the information that we can reasonably gather, Antarctica constitutes the outer rim of the known world. In other words...
Hey, Cinchman, real quick. Did you see the thumbnail I made tonight? You there? Cinch? I can't hear you. You're muted.
Aha! I muted.
Listen.
My high-tech system.
Did you see the thumbnail I made tonight? What did you think?
Love it.
Absolutely love it. Pretty good, right? Pretty good for my first try.
Happiness, darling.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
It's actually pretty funny that I just got one of these take a picture comments an hour ago. I'm going to prove in this video that independent travel is not allowed under the Antarctic Treaty System.
Yeah, boy.
That fact alone should cause any thinking person to begin questioning our official models. Because something big is being hidden from we, the plebeians, and we're not talking about penguins. For most flat earthers, based on the information that we can reasonably gather, Antarctica constitutes the outer rim of the known world. In other words, Antarctica is likely the shoreline to all of the world's oceans. Like a ring magnet, north constitutes the center of our flat Earth map, and south is every direction away from the northern center. And before I get a dozen comments claiming that such a magnet is impossible, here's a ring magnet shown here. Notice that south is in every direction away from the center north magnetic pole. Mm-hmm. This is where the 60th south parallel is on a Mercator map. This is the 60th south parallel on a potential flat Earth azimuthal equidistant map. It seems that Antarctica constitutes the circular shore of the known world.
Yes.
So, demanding that I take a picture of a possible edge of the Earth, if any, requires me to not only travel below the 60th south parallel, represented by the circle, but also to cross the entire breadth of Antarctica. According to official numbers, Antarctica has a diameter of roughly 3,400 miles, and so that means our trek will include a long boat ride for hundreds of miles below the 60th south parallel, plus a minimum 6,800 mile round-trip hike across Antarctica.
Yeah, it's warm, Drew.
That's assuming the official model is correct.
It's still 100 degrees every day almost. It's nuts.
Maybe we could fly to one of the ceremonial pole areas, but that would still leave at least a 3,400 mile hike.
Yeah,
in addition, we wouldn't know for sure whether the plane trip itself was interfering with our results.
Let people know we're here. Post, share, like, subscribe, thumbs up. Put it in the community sections. Let's go.
Since the pilot would have to follow a designated path outlined by the Antarctic Treaty System.
We're just
and who truly
started.
knows what direction that is until we get there. In order to be fully confident, we would really need to stick to the ground and have control over our own pathway, where we can control our direct southerly route opposite of the northern magnetic pole. Now, whether Antarctica is a smaller continent next to the outer rim, or whether Antarctica is indeed the shoreline of the known world, I don't know the answer. Flat earthers don't have a government budget to spend $1 billion to hire hundreds of cartographers and fleets of boats and planes to map the entire world.
Since there I go.
That's hot. Dude,
that's me. True.
That's nice that you're wearing your mother's Christmas sweater that she got you.
Yeah. You remember that day?
Fact that independent travel is not allowed below the 60th south parallel.
You see that? No independent travel is allowed below the 60th south parallel. So just to recap, there was an Antarctic. Go ahead. Let me say it real quick. There was in a nutshell. There was an Antarctic treaty.
Look it up.
A bunch of countries got together and formed this alliance where we're gonna sign a piece of paper into law that, into what, world law? Like that you guys ain't gonna be able to go there and ever explore Antarctica. It's almost like the Truman Show when they're like, "Oh, you don't want to do that." You know what I mean? Like just trying to discourage you or whatever. You know?
Okay, check this out. I just typed in 60th.
It's too cold.
Parallel, and then I misspelled parallel, and then I put illegal, and I misspelled illegal. It says
60
parallel.
south, 60th south
I know.
parallel.
Listen, I put in 60th
Boy.
parallel.
Yeah.
Listen, man, I'm gonna get really tripped out on this. Watch. This is amazing. I just barely put it in. I should screen share it. Here, I'm gonna screen share it. Wow, this is crazy.
All right, bring it up.
I misspelled it really bad, and it still picked it up, dude. Watch this. Settings. Wait, what's not settings? I forget. Present. Screen.
I thought you were gonna have it ready by the time that thing spun.
Let me go like this.
You dropped the friggin' ball. Yeah. Boom.
Okay, look how I spelled it. I barely spelled it correctly, right?
Yeah.
And look what it picked up. 16 areas restricted under Antarctic Treaty. 1985, October 20th.
16 areas restricted, dude.
1985.
Why they restricted us from there?
How did it knew immediately what I was talking about?
Listen,
I totally barely spelled it.
I'm outraged about this because like God made the earth for us. We should be able to explore wherever we want. Like, how can we make an accurate map of this place that we call home if we can't see what's there to make a map of it? We should be able to explore freely, map it out. Greg Scott, what's up? So, whether you believe the earth is flat or round, you should be still suspicious about what's going on. Like, when can we ever get all these countries to agree on anything? But they all agree that we can't go to Antarctica? Like, you can't get a bunch of countries to agree on one thing ever. For me, you remember that day, Cinch?
Right.
You had to give me you had to sit me down and give me a real pep talk that day.
I told you it's okay for men to cry. Yeah, and
thanks. Thanks for always being there. in my best moments and my worst moments, you're there.
So, in this movie, they had. I have been actually. So in this movie,
be careful what you wish for.
One of the stars fall, right? One of the stars, Sirius.
Yeah. Just
falls
like
in the
satellite.
Yeah. It's a light, right? And it falls on.
It's a light.
And so this is a wall he hits. So it makes me think that obviously what they show us is usually the opposite. So maybe it's not a wall, and maybe it's not a light.
So what is it?
I've seen UFOs come through the 3 stars of Orion's belt, so maybe it's a hole.
Like portals.
Or just a hole.
The black is the hole.
Maybe it is a wall. I don't know. We don't know. That's pretty cool. I would like to go.
I think it's water.
Cantarctica. So we can't go there. Oh, would you like some full-colored Cantarcticas right now? Instead of just the camo one?
Not right this second, but after the show.
No, during the show. I could pass
during the show, in the middle of the show. yeah, thank you. That would be great. All right, do it. Oh, yeah, because you...
But if I'm not allowed by our governments to independently travel below the
Singeman is like my 5th kid that I never had.
60th South Parallel, and then to traverse Antarctica over 6,800 miles, then I cannot take a picture of a theoretical edge, dome, or those other lands beyond the South Pole, whatever the case may be. But you probably don't quite grasp how much area is really being blocked off under the Antarctic Treaty System. Let's look at it from the alleged 60th North Parallel, because this will give you an idea of the tremendous area blocked off to independent exploration. This is the area of the 60th North Parallels. As you can see, the 60th North Parallel includes all of northern Canada, Alaska, much of Russia, including St. Petersburg and other major cities, Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Greenland. It is huge. Now, why in the world is this much area blocked off at the south? Do you really think it's because of penguins?
You see, first there was just one, now there's thousands of them.
Are they trying to tell us something?
So what's the problem?
Well, among other things, we are messing with their food chain.
And we have got to do something about it.
We suggest a ban on all marine harvesting.
Do you think the child propaganda from Happy Feet is true?
Yeah.
The Antarctic Treaty was
It is.
executed in 1959.
Happy Feet is definitely 100% true. What do you think, Cinch? Probably.
I think although they're so cute,
Twilight
no.
Nights.
They may be that cute, but no. It's more like, I think they're more like zombie penguins, and that you should stay far away from them. In the crowd.
This is my paperwork. You want to see my paperwork? Right there.
Okay. So.
And has been in place ever
You
since.
got it going on.
Think about it. No country had any real alleged concerns about the environment at that time. One of the more interesting facts is that the Soviet Union also ratified the treaty, and did so from the beginning on December 1st, 1959. Do you really think the Soviets were truly concerned about the penguins and the fragile Antarctic environment?
No.
In other words, America, the USSR, and the rest of the major countries of the world remained partners in generally closing Antarctica throughout most of the so-called fake space race, the Cuban Missile Crisis of 1962,
Wow.
the fake moon landings, most of the Cold War, the Vietnam War, the Six-Day War, the Soviet-Afghan War, and the collapse of the Soviet Union, which at that time Russia continued as a signatory in 1992. That's some peculiar cooperation transcending international conflicts, don't you think?
Hey, what up, Mojo?
Do you really think that the vast resources and strategic military benefits of Antarctica were multilaterally put aside because of penguins? Even North Korea has been a significant...
So real quick, Singeman's, boom. Oh, it's trying to charge me. Hold on, get out of here. Yep. Let's see. What can we see? This is this? What do I gotta do?
I'm saying, okay, I'll go to Antarctica on that trip, but first you gotta get in a spacesuit and then go into a depressurization.
All right. So let me read what this is. 16 areas
What do you think
restricted.
of that?
Great. 16
You didn't hear what I said.
I had no idea what you said.
I always know when you don't hear what I said.
No. New York Times.
Okay,
This was in the New York Times, so it must be real because it looks so fake. It must be real. 16 areas restricted under Antarctic Treaty. About this archive, okay? Parties to the Antarctic Treaty have agreed to restrict human access to 16 areas of special scientific or environmental value in Antarctica. The 32-nation group. So 32 countries, dude. 32 countries got together and said, we can't go there. You can't go to these. And you need a permit. You also need a permit to go to the one area that they let you go to. The 32-nation group responsible for regulating human activity on the frozen continent also moved closer to adopting a standard procedure for measuring the harm being done to the environment by scientists. Delegates at the 13th Consultative Assembly on the treaty decided to ask an independent research group to determine whether new types of protected areas should be developed. Currently, only regions deemed to be scientific or environmental importance can be protected. Yeah, but who decides if it's a scientific or environmental importance? They do. So they could say, oh, we found this new area. Well, that's a scientific area. That's an environmental importance area. You can't go there. And then they just give you like a little peninsula that you can go to real quick. So let me show you what they do, because I can explain it. So people say, oh, like there's this thing, the final experiment. Oh, yes, you can go to, we're going to Antarctica. Yeah, well, maybe. I'll show you. Boom. Okay. Just get up a world map. Here we go. This one should work. So this is not our map. This is their map. You know what I mean? But we'll go by their map. It's coming. Slowly but surely, but it looks like a good one. It looks like it's going to be worth the wait. How we doing? How we got? We got people here. Everyone thumb this up. Thumb it up, post it, put it in the community section. Let people know we're here. Support too. It works if you work it. Keep showing up. Okay. So down here. So you see this is where we are, United States of America. You go south, Brazil, Argentina, right? South America. Now, off the coast of South America, there's this one little piece right here of Antarctica that comes up really close. Look, I mean, it's probably really far away, but Drake Passage and all right here. Weddell Sea, running ice shelf, Amundsen Sea, this place, South Georgia. They sailed the scientific area is right here. This is where they let you go, where the people go, they let you go to research. Like if you're going to go to Antarctica, that's where you're going to go. You're going to go somewhere on this little peninsula.
That's nice of them. Because they could just shoot you.
Yeah, but the rest of the whole entire area, they don't let us go to. Whatever.
And it's going to be demilitarized. Mm-hmm. But isn't there guns everywhere? Aren't there military bases, right? Each country has their own little military base.
Nothing suspicious about that.
So if each country has their own little military base, they're telling me there's no weapons there. There's soldiers, for once, that at least have weapons. Handgun. I mean, first of all, when I go into the middle of Colorado, the local sheriff stops you and says, "Hey, do you got a gun?" Because they want you to be armed because there's wild animals. They want you to at least have a pistol. So tell me you're not going to have at least a pistol or some type of other rifle when you go out there. You have to, because it's wildlife.
Look at this.
You don't know, bear.
No, this is a quote. It's a combination of scientific and economic interest and a kind of prestige, said George Berguno, who headed in the Chilean delegation, Singe. The Chilean Antarctic activity used to be considered esoteric, but it has again become fashionable. Who is this guy?
Okay. When was that? 1985? That one? No, it's a different article. That's a 1985 article. Okay, so
you've seen this? You've seen this? You know this? You know this one every word. Don't you? I should just take it off the screen. Just read it.
I could just tell you.
Read it from heart. Read it from heart. Yeah.
Yeah. The land bridge. When you cross the land bridge that one time. That used to be there between South America. Drew Duncan says that used to be a land bridge right there between South America tip and Antarctica, and something caused that huge swath to look like that, to cut off that land bridge. Maybe it's the same thing that caused South America to become Southeast America.
Look. The Sky report outlined a procedure for assessing the potential effects to the environment of the proposed camper project, but the assembly called for the further study. Look at this. We start from reality. We don't create the perfect rules and impose them on reality. Wait,
their reality.
Well, I don't know. Listen, the chairman of the assembly, who is the director, Belgium.
Well, obviously, it's his reality and the reality.
We start. Listen, this is what Belgium's saying. We start from reality and then impose the rules. It's pragmatism.
We start from reality.
Such pragmatism is criticized. I know it sounds like they're like friggin' enlightened, truly enlightened. You know what I mean? The enlightened ones. They have established. Yeah. Go ahead. You want to interrupt?
No, I was going to say.
You want to play games?
Brother. I ended your sentence, brother.
You can sit in the back of the classroom.
You can't. You don't realize they're. Just keep going. There might be a
lag
or something.
I know. No, you throw me off my rhythm.
I'm not really feeling the lag.
It's all right. It's all right. I got to just ignore you. They have established some good rules, but can't enforce them, said Roger Wilson of Greenpeace. Yeah, they love you. Wants the Antarctic declared a world park free of mineral exploitation. You know, it's not so bad when it's just you on the show, but when I have 5 people doing it, that's when it gets crazy. The organization has decided to begin a major publicity campaign of this year will set up its own Antarctic camp. The treaty nations have also come under criticism from third world countries. All right, good. Well, you get the point. Boom. They're evil.
Since 1987, for some strange reason, the Antarctic Treaty has remained sacrosanct for nearly 60 years, regardless of worldwide conflicts. For the reasonable, objective person, alarm bells should be going off right now. As I was preparing this video, I found something else that's interesting. Out of all the flags of all the countries
Right,
across
Russ.
the earth,
What's up?
can you guess which one only shows a map of the country as the emblem of the country? You guessed it. Only one. Antarctica. Yeah, the one country they want you to know the shape of.
Yep.
That doesn't reek of programming, does it? Let me make this clear.
This is on the. This is it.
From the beginning, travel to Antarctica is more difficult than travel to a military base. Sure, the military base may have a...
How do we know it's shaped like a continent, like they say, if we can't visit the whole thing to go see?
Yeah, well,
visitor shop
you can
near the
just trust
entrance.
them because they show you a picture of it. There you go.
But if you go beyond that visitor shop or another designated travel
Hold it
area
down,
without
I gotta
clearance, you're going to
go
get
real
arrested.
quick.
Or something worse. I'm sure I already have a few globe shields ready to pounce, armed with various inanities to counter my statement. But let's ignore the global spin.
Why would you go protect
This video
something
is about evidence and facts and the reasonable assumptions based thereon. So let's decide to take a theoretical
believe
trip
it, go
across
ahead and believe it.
Antarctica
I
to
wouldn't
find the
shit all
edge,
over you
if
about
any.
it. So they're-
I'm not
hey,
talking about going to the visitor center
They're not
along the edge of
pictures, you should
Antarctica, or an overly expensive cruise to a small ice shelf along the edge with a small excursion, or a flight to one of the multiple ceremonial poles, and then straight back again. Yeah, that's not strange at all. I must reiterate, because I will get a dozen comments telling me to take a cruise or that someone's best friend went to Antarctica. I am not talking about a trip to one of the few designated tourist locations of Antarctica. I'm talking about a real trek, pointed directly south across the entire 3,400-mile breadth of Antarctica and back again to determine whether Antarctica circumscribes the known world and to possibly determine whether there's an edge, a dome, or whatever, and then take a picture of it. I'm talking about repeating the trek of Admiral Byrd and discovering that area as big as the United States that has never been seen by a human being on the other side of the South Pole, full of minerals and such just waiting to be explored.
16
But
people
strangely
here now.
enough,
Post.
there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States
What's up, Joe
that's
King?
never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole on the other side of the South Pole from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Okay, let's get started with our theoretical trip. So what is required to trek across the entire breadth of Antarctica? Now, I'm in the United States, and so we're going to examine it from the position of a slave of the U.S. But the rules are going to be the same for all 53.
I think
Right,
you can't,
Russ,
listen,
real.
Singeman, I think that your Cantarctica slogan that you've made up is really catching on now. Look, NDB.
Well, you know
saying
what?
it.
Cantarctica's great. And also,
He said he's going to get a mug. He wants a mug. He said he's getting a mug.
I'm buying a shirt this month because I don't totally need it, or a sweatshirt. But we got to make the
I'll
graphic
put
better.
I'll put the link for Teespring.
The
in
graphic
there
has to be
people
better
can
and
find it.
bigger. So
If anybody,
I'm gonna work on that.
Check out
I need it to be
at least
really
at
big.
least look at the stuff. We have so much merchandise.
Joe King is in the house. John Keeley in the house. No despair, bear, I rest real. Hey,
Oh, yeah.
so
Nancy! She's here. Yeah.
Nancy told me to say this. It's an epic flat Earth moment. She says, "Say that." So here it goes. Ready? I'll go to Antarctica on that little trip they're offering. If the person who's offering it first wait.
No, go ahead.
Don't talk over it. Okay. Because I was like, this is an important flat Earth moment. It's really true. No one said this yet. Okay, I will go to Antarctica on that little trip thingy if whoever's asking for that to get in a NASA spacesuit and then in a vacuum chamber and put it to 0. If you'll do that, then I'll go to Antarctica. Even after your funeral, I'll still go to Antarctica.
Are you done? Yeah, we got 16 people here now, Singe. It's growing. People are realizing we're on. Post. Put it in the community section. Press share. Create post. Boom. That's how people will know. Break through the algorithm. The algorithm. Thank you.
Three signatory countries of the Antarctic Treaty, and everyone else, since these countries all enforce the same.
What's that old saying, Singe, that your mother used to always tell you? Sharing means caring. You remember that?
No, I don't.
Your mother used to tell you
never
that
call
every
these
day
things.
before bed. Singe man, sharing means caring. You don't remember?
Nope, she said eat your mud square daily, though. I remember that.
Provisions. To begin with,
11,
we need to
11.
understand that anything below the 60th south parallel is referred to as the Antarctic Treaty Area. What does that mean? That means I'm generally not allowed within hundreds of miles of Antarctica, from approximately 400 to 900 miles, without obtaining a permit to do so. Now, the U.S. government has recorded that some sailors have seen the mountain ranges of Antarctica at 300 miles distance while sailing. Of course, 300 miles should be impossible on the globe with a curvature drop of 11.4 miles, but the 60th parallel is between 400 and 900 miles away from the shoreline of Antarctica. Even under a flat Earth, that's a lot of lower atmosphere to see through, also referred to as atmospheric extinction factor, and a lot of angular size reduction. Despite the claims of the ignorant globe zealots, you can't see through that much lower atmosphere.
You can't see.
In other words, I can't even see Antarctica from the ocean without first obtaining a permit from the U.S. State Department.
The truth.
Or whatever department that controls that in your
No, I was thinking Neil deGrasse. You can't see the
country.
curvature from that.
Oh, yeah.
height.
Taking a trip to the 60th South Parallel isn't going to accomplish
get it.
anything, and so we're stuck with getting a government permit. So let's go through the steps to obtaining a permit from the U.S. State Department. This is the handbook of the Antarctic Treaty System. These are the rules that govern all signatories to the treaty. We'll be citing to it regularly as it lays down the rules that govern the Antarctic Treaty beyond the fluff of the treaty language itself. Most importantly, we're going to look at the rules governing non-governmental activities located here, and some of the rules regarding the protection of the environment located here. Now, as a U.S. slave, this is the first form you'll have to submit to get approved to travel to Antarctica.
There it is.
The form itself seems rather innocuous until you understand exactly.
Here we go.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon, what's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, you know, I don't. It's fine. He wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat.
That stuff is flat. Love it. Love it. Okay.
Exactly what is involved in the application process. In summary, Antarctica is treated as a giant natural reserve. Like a military base, all activities and pathways in Antarctica must be approved.
Mm-hmm.
This is unlike any other area in the world, except maybe a place like North Korea. So, when I say that no independent travel is allowed below the 60th South Parallel, I'm stating an admitted fact, well recorded as international law.
Cinch, when I say no traveling under the 60 South Parallel, I mean it. That means you. No bueno. Off limits.
I'll go there.
No,
but they're
I'm
not
telling
going
you,
to follow.
you can't.
They're not going to live up to my end of the deal. So they literally wouldn't live up to it.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever been there? I mean, I'm starting to think you might have been there somehow.
I was there in a story. The story was so good that I felt like I was there, and it's the story about sky ice.
Sky ice.
Blue sky ice.
Yeah, we called it skice back then.
Skice.
I remember. Yeah.
Well, when you're living down there with the scientists and the soldiers, Yeah. Because they all got to live together in the little bungalows. And they're
Well,
like,
I mean,
so you
I
get to see what the other guy's working on. You're like, oh, what is that stuff that doesn't melt? But he's like, oh, this is skice.
Yeah,
Would you like to
skice.
hold it? We have to study it here because we can't take it back to the States because it melts no matter what container we put it in. Hey, there's a whole wall over there. It's really interesting story. So yeah, I
great.
felt like I was there, and yes, I was there.
Great. You were there once.
And Google Earth.
The protocol states, as a matter of principle, that all activities are to be planned and conducted on the basis of information sufficient to evaluate their possible impact on the Antarctic environment and its associated ecosystems, and on the value of Antarctica for the conduct of scientific research. Organizers should be aware that the environmental protocol requires that activities shall be modified, suspended, or canceled if they result or threaten to result in impacts upon the Antarctic environment or dependent or associated ecosystems. If you visit Russia with a Russian visa, for example, are you limited to one particular neighborhood and certain pathways? For those who visit America as a tourist, are you restricted to New York City? Or are you generally allowed to travel around America? No one is just allowed to travel around Antarctica. All of your activities, vehicles, and pathways must be approved, but it gets much worse. Now, how many genuine people watching this video think that the purpose of seeing the edge, the dome, or the extended plain beyond Antarctica would be approved by the U.S. State Department and the other myriad of agencies? Are you ready to litigate the matter when some State Department official arbitrarily says something like, I think your expedition is frivolous and would be too damaging to the environment, especially in the light of the frivolity of the expedition? I don't think a court will overturn that decision, especially when treaty law supersedes any rights you may think you have. So, we're going to have to come up with some fake expedition that will somehow get approved. Let's say we're a tree-hugging Luciferian geologist conducting a comprehensive analysis of the global carbon footprint on Antarctica and its flora and fauna. I think that sounds plausible, and so we could hypothetically fake our way in with respect to our purpose, but it will be tricky. Okay, I'm not advocating that anyone break the law. This is all theoretical. That brings us to the next point. Entire swaths of land are entirely off limits to all travel. These are called specially protected areas. It's pretty much guaranteed that no one is going to get a permit to go through a specially protected area. If my math is right, that's 1,373 square miles that are allegedly specially protected areas. You can see the maps on the websites, but I don't have time to plot all of them. Now, I agree that's not huge in comparison to the total alleged area of Antarctica. But I believe there's a distinct possibility that those swaths of land could be coordinated in such a way as to prevent me from going through Antarctica easily. So, right from the beginning, my route may be extra hard, especially if mountain pathways are blocked and the areas are much larger than claimed due to likely globe distance shenanigans. But let's go ahead and assume we can navigate around those prohibited special...
This is cool, Singe. So real quick, Singe man put up a... Go ahead, explain what it is, Singe.
Curve calculator. So basically, it says at the bottom there, it says...
Well, first of all, this is 8 inches per mile square is the curvature math of the Earth that NASA tells us where it should curve like a ball. So at 1 kilometer, you should have 0.8 meters of curvature. So whatever when you you look out over the water, because water always finds its own level.
1 mile, kilometer, whatever.
No matter what container you put it in, water will always find its own level. You zoom out 1 kilometer, whatever you're zooming out on should be under 0.8 meters. 2 kilometers away, 0.31 meters of curvature. 5 kilometers, 8 inches per mile square.
Right.
So there's actually
I'm not math, but it's squared, so yeah. So it says we wish to find the height h, which is the drop in curvature over the distance d. So you put 200, and then you look down there. It says 200 miles, 5.05 miles. That means you have to be 5 miles high to see over that curvature. Not. That's what I'm telling you where you'd have to be to see over the curve.
Yeah. If
That
we were
is
on a
not-
if we were on a ball like that.
This is yes.
Right.
This is their. It's called EarthCurvature.com. It is their math. It is their globe. It is everything. And
Morgan,
right there, it prove. It's just like, yeah, go show us where you can do that. Show us where you can see 5 miles without going 5 miles high. Show us where you can see 200 miles. Well, actually, I can show you everywhere, because
everywhere,
this is
everywhere, everywhere. All right.
But if we were on a
You get the-
so if we were on a ball, you wouldn't be able to see. You'd have to go 5 miles high to see that. And we don't have to go 5 miles high to see that. There you go.
It looks
That's what the
legit
Earth-
enough.
That's how you use the Earth curve calculator to show.
I'm not
from
a
any
mathematician.
distance, anytime.
I'm not a mathematician.
And you can show it to any globey.
And look,
and
you
then
can
make them
type it in
fight
here.
you.
This
Don't
thing will
do it.
this thing is the curve calculator. Earth. Yeah, I'll put the link in.
Okay, next.
If you could type it in and do it yourself. So like that's the thing about flat Earth. It's provable, testable, observable, repeatable. You could set up experiments where you could zoom in on things with a good camera, a P900.
I'll be right back. Okay.
P1000, and you could figure this stuff out yourself and
Give me
see
5
if
minutes.
and see if you can find the curve. You know what I mean? Like, don't take my word for it. I know people who have done it. I'm not a mathematician. I'm not good at that stuff. But okay, we'll get back to this. I got this. I got this.
Protected areas. Next, no motorized equipment is allowed at all for non-governmental personnel. Page 308 states, do not use aircraft, vessels, small boats, or other...
Everyone that's here, while you're coming in and going out and coming in and going out, thumb this up. Post it. Put it in your community section. Let everyone know we're here.
other means of transport in ways that disturb wildlife either at sea or on land. That seems kind of hard and very subjective, doesn't it? Antarctica itself is supposed to have a diameter of 3,400 miles. That means no motorized equipment for at least a 6,800 mile round trip? That sounds pretty damn impossible, right? Especially if Antarctica is much bigger than what is claimed. What about sled dogs? Surely they'll be allowed. What's that? Sled dogs aren't even allowed? Okay, so our trip is now
No
limited
dogs.
to a very long hike in insanely harsh conditions over an extreme rise of elevation. On a side note, Antarctica has the highest average elevation of any alleged continent, but I'm sure that's just coincidence, right? But getting back to our insane trip, we not only have to walk at least 6,800 miles, mostly depending on when we need to turn around, we must also tread extremely lightly as walking on plants in Antarctica is prohibited.
Can't walk on plants.
I can't damage plants
No.
or frighten wildlife on a 6,800 mile journey in a wilderness.
Nope.
I wonder if the Lewis and Clark expedition was limited by such requirements. Good luck traversing 6,800 miles on foot without damaging plants or frightening wildlife with no motorized equipment. I'm not saying that we couldn't figure out a way to get around these big issues, or maybe we could just, theoretically ignore the issues once we get there. But again, I'm not advocating that anyone break the law. I'm saying that these are listed enforcement rules under the Antarctic Treaty System. And so think of how easy it would be for one of the many international bureaucrats reviewing our application to deny a permit to trek across Antarctica based on this one plausible excuse. Sorry, you're going to end up walking on plants and scaring birds at least one time during your 6,800 mile journey, and the Antarctic Treaty System prohibits such activities. Application denied. For argument's sake, let's just assume we're going to figure out a way to get around that. Don't ask me how. The next issue is, how are we going to carry all that food and fuel for heat? And don't think that the Antarctic Treaty System isn't concerned with how we store our fuel. The United States itself is roughly 2,500 miles across. So imagine the difficulty of hauling food, climbing at extremely high and unknown elevations, and carrying all of your extremely warm gear and supplies across the United States from coast to coast and back again, all on foot with no food stops along the way. And don't forget, we're going to have to haul our poop as well. You are going to have to drag your poop with you on your 6,800-mile Antarctic hike. But it gets worse. Your poop is regulated by a different pseudo-government agency, the National Science Foundation. Here's where you can learn about what permit is required if you wanted to dispose of your poop on your 6,800-mile journey if you don't want to carry it. Could you imagine for your next trip to France and the custom agent saying, "Welcome to France. By the way, no vehicles are allowed, no animals are allowed, do not walk on any plants, and here's a bag for your poop. Be sure to bring it back full." If you don't want to carry your poop, you're going to have to get a permit from the National Science Foundation. Enjoy your stay.
Let me give a shout out real quick. Rye Russ. Kenneth Rotman. That's his new channel. They took his channel down again. Ken, how does one, like, that's been on YouTube as long as you, because I think you've been on YouTube longer than me, how does one that's been on YouTube for so long keep losing channels? Like, you must be reckless. You must be being reckless. Like, you should know by now what they want, what words you can say, what words you can't say. It doesn't mean you can't say what you want to say. You just don't. There's a way, there's a time and a place and a way to go about things, Ken. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. Okay. So, you know, like when you're on YouTube at night, it's not a phone call. You know, it's not like you're on the phone with your buddies drinking beer. You can say whatever you want. You gotta kind of tighten it up. But I'm sorry. What up, Morgan? How you doing? Huge supporter of the channel, Morgan. Member forever. Forever. Alright, for life. Alright, who we got? My Nightbot's working tonight, huh? My Nightbot's spamming the chat. Drew Duncan. Drew Duncan is here, was here, will be here. Dave the Damo. Oh, Memory Man. I totally didn't see you when you came in. How you doing? How you doing? Don't worry. I got a good show tonight. No Despair Bear. How you doing, Sue? Sue Finale. I met Sue. No Despair Bear fed me an alligator in real life and told me it was chicken. Listen. In his defense, we were at a place called Whiskey Joe's. The sign is a giant alligator, like a cartoon alligator on the sign. When I walked in, the menu said alligator nuggets, contains alligator meat, like right there. And I still believed him that it was chicken. So it's not like he gave me enough clues. All right, let's see. Mojo, what up? Joe King. Oh, Jency, how you doing? All right. Wow, we got a lot of people here tonight. All right, well, anyway, I got to get back to the show, guys. We'll let it go for a sec.
But here's another and potentially bigger problem. What if there is no edge when you get there, but the conditions only get worse? How many years of supplies can one carry by a handheld sled and some skis? What if Antarctica goes beyond 3,400 miles? What then? When do you turn your back, and how do you prove it? Because the Globe Shows are just going to call you a liar anyways. Any sane person right now would have to admit that our little trip is impossible, but we have a lot of paid-for apologists for our slave masters who will still somehow claim that I'm lying when I say that independent travel in Antarctica is prohibited. But we're not done. Going back to our form DS4131, in addition to disclosure to other parties to the treaty, the information provided may be shared with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency to ensure compliance with 40 CFR Part 8 Environmental Impact Assessment of Non-Governmental Activities in Antarctica, as well as with other relevant U.S. agencies. This brings us to one of the most important issues facing us. What is an environmental impact assessment? No country even North Korea, would ever require an environmental assessment before traveling across their country. It's insane. Here's the definition of an environmental impacts assessment in the U.S. Code of Federal Regulations. Environmental impact assessment means the environmental review process required by the provisions of this part and by Annex 1 of the protocol, and includes preparation by the operator and U.S. government review of an environmental document and public access to and circulation of environmental documents to other parties and the Committee of...
No, I saw on the menu that it said, on one of the little spots, in the fine print, it said, contains alligator. Contains alligator.
The environmental protection as required by Annex 1 of the protocol. Well, let's see what the Committee for Environmental Protection says.
Let's see what they say.
Article 8 of the protocol requires the parties to conduct environmental impact assessments for the Antarctic activity.
I hope you all are taking screenshots of this paperwork for your own files at home. Nancy, you got it all, thank God.
And provides 3 levels of assessment according to the potential impacts of each activity. The procedures for environmental impact assessment are detailed in Annex 1 of the protocol. If a proposed activity is determined in a preliminary stage of assessment to have less than a minor or transitory impact, it may proceed. If an activity is determined as likely to have a minor or transitory impact, then an initial environmental evaluation must be prepared. If an initial environmental evaluation indicates a potential for more than a minor or transitory impact, or if such impact is otherwise determined to be likely, a comprehensive environmental evaluation must be prepared. Draft CEEs are made publicly available and considered by the CEP, which then advises the ATCM, and that's a Antarctic Treaty.
Don't worry, Sins. We're almost done.
Consultative meeting.
Speed
Comments provided by other parties in the ATCM must be addressed in a final CE, which is used as basis for making decision about whether and how the activity is conducted. Same law as here. It is the comprehensive environmental evaluation that's going to kill our expedition. Here's the regulation, and this applies to all signatories, including North Korea. Any operator who plans a non-governmental expedition that would require a CEE must submit a draft of the CEE by December 1st of the preceding year. Within 15 days of receipt of the draft CEE, EPA will send it to the Department of State, which will circulate it to all parties to the protocol, and forward it to the Committee for Environmental Protection established by the protocol, and publish notice of receipt of the CEE and request for comments on the CEE in the Federal Register, and will provide copies to any person upon request. The EPA will accept public comments on the CEE for a period of 90 days following notice in the Federal Register. The EPA, in consultation with other interested federal agencies, will evaluate the CEE to determine if the CEE meets the requirements under Article 8, Annex 1 to the protocol and the provisions of this part, and will transmit its comments to the operator within 120 days following publication in the Federal Register of the notice of availability of the CEE. So now, I'm sure most of you probably just went brain dead when I read that, so let me explain it. First, our CEE, that's our Comprehensive Environmental Evaluation, must pass the EPA's initial review. Not an easy task. Next, the Department of State, along with its Office of Ocean and Polar Affairs Bureau of Oceans, Environment and Science, must review it. Next, it will be sent to all parties. That's 100 countries.
Singe has to go through all this every year just to get a parking permit for work in the morning. I feel bad that they make you do all this.
Yes, by the way. Next, your assessment must be approved by an international bureaucracy called the Committee for Environmental Protection. After their highly unlikely approval, the EPA will then publish it in the United States Federal Register. Now, why would they do that?
I think you're muted.
Because any supposed private tree-hugging group can now sue to stop you from going there. Once that is done...
I can see your mouth moving, but I can't make out the words. I think you're muted.
Assuming you haven't been sued, then the EPA, along with all of the other interested federal agency, whatever the hell that means, evaluates it again. Do you realize the amount of legal work this would entail? Do you realize how easy it would be for any one of hundreds of entities or thousands of bureaucrats to halt your expedition? Again, this applies to all countries. One person in the comments of my last Antarctic video claimed that it wasn't necessary in the United Kingdom. Well...
Singe, why is it telling me I have to log in to friggin' view the Georgia Guidestone thing that you... or whatever it is, Georgia...
Oh, because it's, it said something about...
I never had to log in before.
It didn't like the content. It's like, oh...
Find me something I have to... I don't
content.
have to...
Well,
really?
I could screen share it.
Yeah, you screen share it, but not yet. At the end. What does it have to do with? Does it have to do with this?
It doesn't seem bad either. I watched it. It's just a guy talking.
We're definitely gonna show it.
Lied.
I'll watch it really
The
quick.
Environmental or Madrid Protocol is part of the Antarctic Treaty System and applies to all countries. Here is the requirement on the UK application if you're interested. As explained above, for every person in the United States who wants to get a permit to travel across Antarctica, has to first submit the environmental impact assessment to the EPA. You know, the freedom-loving EPA.
Yeah, no.
Beware! Time is short! Iba! 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 Believe me! Believe me! Thanks for listening.
Lost them, sir.
Well, then you find them, and you get them back in the dome. And to make sure nobody else gets out, I want roving death squads around the perimeter 24/7.
Do you know what the environmental impact statement costs? This is very similar. A typical environmental impact statement costs from $250,000 to $2 million. And those are a lot easier than this comprehensive environmental analysis required under the Antarctic Treaty. For us, the biggest problem is that you would have to incur the expense of the environmental impact assessment before you know if you're denied, due to whatever arbitrary claim a bureaucrat can think of.
I completely get it.
Do you see how difficult this environmental assessment will be? How would one know the environmental impact on an area which you've never been to, and very little information would be available? With a normal environmental assessment, you'd be able to send an engineering firm to the location to make the assessment with attorneys who would draft the statement. In this case, you can't send an engineering firm all the way to Antarctica, and so you have to hire Antarctic experts who have been to the same places you're planning on walking through. Now, how many of those do you think there are? I say that we can safely assume that the price of getting an environmental impact assessment approved by the EPA and the international agency would cost millions, assuming no supposed private group sues you once it's published in the Federal Register. Do you have more than $2 million to spend for an environmental impact assessment? And then, what if the EPA or the Committee for Environmental Protection or one of the other agencies says no? Maybe that not enough information was provided. Are you ready to spend another $2 million to fight that in court? But you still have to have your purpose approved. Do you see the problem there? You would likely spend millions on getting the environmental impact statement, only later to have some official at the International Committee for Environmental Protection reject your purpose in Antarctica. You would truly gamble millions in this silly endeavor.
Yes, Singe, we'll get up from the agency archives from the library, and we'll get that going.
To learn more about environmental assessment procedures with the Committee for Environmental Protection, you can research it here.
Nancy!
See also. Let's get to the final issue we're going to run into. 7 countries claim territorial rights to various parts of Antarctica. Argentina, Australia, Chile, France, New Zealand, Norway, and the United Kingdom all maintain territorial claims in Antarctica.
Good call.
I did find it interesting that the USSR never claimed territorial rights to Antarctica. Yeah. I'm willing to bet that my trip across Antarctica
Singermania's hit the
Antarctica
streets.
is going to need other permits from other countries based only on territorial claims. Getting more permits or visas from other countries who have alleged territory in Antarctica? Yeah, that shouldn't add too much to our already strained budget. Now, just for the propagandist who's going to claim that's not true, I quote, "The Antarctic Treaty puts aside the potential for conflict
worry,
over
this is
sovereignty
almost
for
over.
providing
1
that nothing
second.
that occurs while the treaty is enforced will enhance or diminish territorial claims." Meaning, the territorial claims trump. So, the next dumb shill who demands that you take a picture of the edge or that anyone can go to Antarctica and see for themselves that it's a continent, be sure to point out what a damn idiot they are, and then share this video because everything in here is fact that anyone can look up. And I'll try to have all the links in the description. Of course, the lying minions from the Ministry of Truth will spin and call you names, but at least the rest of the world will see the liars for who they truly are. This is Taboo Conspiracy, signing off.
Oh, cool. So there it is. Look, so this would be the center. That would be the North Pole. This is Antarctica. Any way you go out is south. That's Antarctica, the ring of ice, if it's ice. And this black line is where we can't go beyond. So you could sail all the way out there, but as soon as you get there, that's what you want to know what's going to happen? Well, that's why I showed you this. Because we're going to get into what happens next when you go beyond that black line. Okay? So stick around. We got a good show for you. We're just getting started, actually. That was just kind of like an introduction to what we're going to be going on. And I'm going to take a quick 2-minute.
Yeah, we got the what do you call it?
True kings, it gets lonely at the top. You know I don't believe in the globe no more. I don't keep track, I just know the score. I don't talk trash till I'm sure. I write these raps when I'm totally bored. I'm the guy everyone tries to ignore. Style so fresh you try and buy at the store. We can bring them boats back from high on the shore. My flow's so hot that I'm frying the boards. So much money you try to afford. Debunking the globe is a sport. I'm blasphemous, rapping I'm a naturalist. Scratch at this, pass that tiff, light a spliff. I don't care how highly is, I'm writing this. Rhyming fast as lightning is, I'm a titan. I will bash you with my giant fist. I'm rapping natural, I will pop you like an aspirin capsule. Blast right past you, everybody's laughing at you. As I sit and bitch, press the test of time. None of y'all cowards can touch my rhyme. You can't scuff my shine. You motherfuckers don't know I am loco. Say I won't go to your house for show. Knocking down the door, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. Since the solar eclipse hit, is making predictions. You pass him that shit, kid, he's taking like 6 hits. I just seen you pull that mask down to take a sip of your drink. Breathing backwards is like trying to take a shit in the sink. What are the kids gonna think? Growing up in a world where individuality isn't a thing. You know I don't believe in the globe no more. I don't keep track, I just know the score. I write these raps when I'm totally bored. I'm the guy everybody tries to ignore. My style's so fresh you try and buy at the store. We can bring the boats back from high in the shore. I'm worth so much money you can try to afford. Debunking the globe is a sport.
So, I got the best content. I found some good shit. Okay, here we go. How they guard the coast of Antarctica. Let's see. Anytime now is it gonna play?
How many times have you heard someone say, why not just go down to Antarctica? The Antarctica treaty's not stopping you. I mean, nobody's really guarding it. You know, why not just get in a ship and head down there? You know, nobody's going to stop you. Or, you know how many resources it would take to guard an ice wall that's 50 to 60,000 miles around in circumference.
What up, MMA?
You need 70,000 ships and 50,000, aircraft and 100,000 military personnel. We're going to find out today that that's just simply not the case. They don't need any of those resources. They need a few ships and a few aircraft.
That's it. That's all they need.
We're going to find out that there's an infrastructure that's set in place that's pretty simple and pretty straightforward that basically prevents anybody from going below the 60th latitude. Things such as tsunami buoys that they use with water displacement to be able to track people that go past the 60th latitude or get near the 60th latitude. They can basically detect motion and waves throughout the ocean. And these are all set up on the NOAA website. And there is thousands of these throughout the Southern Ocean. And they've been using these for years, in maritime and war. And, it's something that's always been around for many decades. So that's one of the ways that they can easily prevent people from going beyond the 60th parallel. There's also no-fly zones, so you wouldn't be able to fly over that area. And we're going to find out also today just how quickly they can track somebody that's flying in a no-fly zone, and how quickly they can easily just track you down and turn you around. But let's go ahead and get an idea of how this area is protected and how it's actually.
So they got jets in the sky. They got Navy vessels in the water. How are you going to beat them? How? I mean, it is a big, area. It is a big area. So, I mean, if you had the money in a really fast vessel, you might be able to do it. Singe Man, what do you think? Oh, you're not there. Oh, all right. Let's keep going then.
We laid out, and we're going to go ahead and start looking at some of the ways that they protect the 60th latitude.
Thumb this up. Post it in your community section.
Down to the coast of Antarctica. Next, we're going to look at a couple of different ships here. The first one is the Navy warship that generally patrols the 60th latitude. So if you somehow get beyond the 60th latitude, they will basically track you down and escort you to turn back around. Then the second line of defense is these Royal Navy icebreaker ships. They will generally be located between the.
Morgan, you better calm down before you get yourself in some kind of trouble, dude. Just relax. Relax. Morgan, take a deep breath, all right? Take a deep breath. Go take a breather. Just chill out.
70 and 80th degree latitudes, where a lot of the sea ice is. So if you're somehow able to get beyond these Navy warships, these Royal icebreaker ships will be pretty much waiting for you by the sea ice. Now, you have to understand that even if you're able to get beyond these Navy warships, you got 5 to 6 feet deep worth of ice covering hundreds of miles of ocean water that you'd have to break through to even get to the ice wall.
Whoa.
And even then.
So you got to break through a sheet of ice for miles thick on the way to the ice wall just to get there, to get a boat through. First of all, you got to get through these Navy vessels. If you go to the sky, if you go in the sky, there's jets up there. Can you go to Antarctica? Can you go? So wherever, I don't know where the final experiment is taking people, but I don't trust them.
You have to be able to transport your equipment.
You know what they said to me,
150 foot.
They said to me, "You weren't invited." I didn't even ask to go. Did they tell you weren't invited?
Hey, they won't wear a spacesuit, so I wouldn't go. If they'll wear a spacesuit, but they're pussies, and if you're the truth. Dang it, that's the second time I swore tonight. You've got me swearing.
Singe.
Why am I swearing?
Singe, speak freely here. It's an adult program.
I don't want to swear.
Ice wall
I have
to get onto the land of Antarctica.
Virgin
and even
ears.
then, Antarctica is hundreds, if not thousands of miles of just icy wilderness. It's an icy desert.
Singe. Let it out.
So it's next to impossible to independently explore Antarctica.
I already had them done.
But let's take a look at what the actual 60th latitude is on a globe model. This is what the 60th latitude line would be around Antarctica. This is where the Navy warships will generally be located and will track you down if you get beyond that 60th latitude line.
You see this?
Navy warships. The next one is the 70 to 80 degree latitudes, which is closer to the Antarctic coast. This is where a lot of the sea ice is going to be located at. And again, this is where the HMS Royal Navy icebreaker ships are going to be patrolling. So even if you get past those Royal Navy ships, you still have to deal with the second line of defense of these Royal Navy ships. So with that being said, we can actually take this map and we can invert it onto an azimuthal equidistant map.
Yes,
and we can obviously see the flat model here with Antarctica being the ice ring around the Earth. This would be the 70 and 80 degree latitude where the icebreaker ships would be at. So you can kind of see the general infrastructure of how these ships patrol the 60th to...
You know, whoever made that globe model, whoever thought of it, it works. And it works that way. Everything doesn't work. Everything doesn't work on the globe. Everything does work on the flat Earth. But it's almost like they really... How could you think of something like that you can trick the entire world for centuries? It's
It's genius, and it's probably not human intelligence.
Yeah,
or
that's what I was gonna say.
A type of intelligence that we don't understand. Maybe we're not human.
How do they think of it?
I'm a biobot.
Yeah. Some Nazi scientists. You think it was Nazi scientists that thought of it?
We are. Maybe we're just biobot transceivers.
That's what That's a whole other topic.
Are the Anunnaki and this? Yeah, exactly. Well, all leads to there. All roads.
No, I'm talking about the Nazi scientist in Operation Paperclip. We'll do that.
All roads lead to
We'll do that next time. We'll do that next time.
80th latitude and the Antarctic coast. So let's go ahead and check out some of these Royal Navy icebreaker ships.
Navy, or I should say, the U.S. Coast Guard, has two active polar-capable icebreakers. The medium icebreaker Healy and the heavy icebreaker Polar Star. Healy can break ice up to 4.5 feet deep, while Polar Star can break ice up to...
Hey, Singe, I was so hard in school that my nickname was the icebreaker in high school. Remember that?
Road. Wasn't that a weird
21 feet thick. But what are these ships doing in these hostile and hard-to-reach regions of the world? American polar icebreakers have been involved in a variety of missions. Their primary mission is the support of Operation Deep Freeze, which is a United States scientific expedition to Antarctica, and more specifically, McMurdo Station, the largest scientific base located on Ross Island. These icebreakers break through 6 to 14-foot thick fast ice, that's the ice attached to the coastline, in order to create a channel. This channel is used by a fuel tanker and a cargo ship to deliver goods to McMurdo Station, usually once a year. The scientists and other personnel who work at McMurdo fly there using military cargo aircraft that are equipped with skis. This annual fuel, food, and cargo delivery to McMurdo Station is critical in keeping this scientific mission alive, which is why the icebreakers play such a vital role. But in addition to opening the shipping channel, the polar icebreakers also conduct scientific experiments of their own used for heavy icebreaking. What a fog bow. Well, I'm not swearing. I'm talking about that fog bow over there. It's like a rainbow, but with fog. And because the fog droplets are so much smaller than rain droplets, it looks white instead of being multicolored. Maybe fog bow should be a swear word. But what allows icebreakers to break through thick ice is how they use all that power. Many icebreakers...
Sid, speaking of that, look up and see what Divergent has about Antarctica. Go look, find them.
Feature a distinctive spoon-shaped bow, which is built with a toughened hull and internal frame. The curved bow allows the icebreaker to slide and ride up on the thick ice, and then the ship's enormous weight cracks through it. The portion of the hull designed to break the ice is 1 3/4 inch thick in the bow and the stern sections, which is 2 to 3 times thicker than the hull of a commercial ship. Modern icebreaker hulls are also coated with a slippery layer of resin to reduce friction with the ice. A really neat feature of Polar Star's propellers is that they have controllable pitch. So while the shaft continues to turn in the same direction, by changing the pitch of the propellers, the power and direction of thrust generated by the propellers can be changed dynamically. Icebreakers mostly operate independently and in remote areas, which necessitate
the moon.
Now,
Daytime
I was just showing
See that?
two of the icebreaker
Moon,
ships
daytime sky.
from the U.S. And the U.S. Coast Guard. But as previously shown in the video earlier, there's also the Royal Navy icebreaker ships from the UK and Europe. And actually, if you look closely enough on the previous video, they showed one of the ships actually had a Canadian flag on it. So it just shows you that these ships are these icebreaker ships are from all different regions and different countries and continents, and they're all doing their collaborative part in patrolling the sea ice and the 70 to 80 degree latitudes around the Antarctica coastline.
Carry skates.
So it just shows you
where'd
that
everybody come
there's a infrastructure that's worldwide in
Dude, I stepped away for 2 seconds and look at all these people. 1982
That's
Mustang.
I see. I know. Just go back. Go away again.
Welcome, Angela Baby Carson. Hold on.
Just go away again, and
Go
we'll get
away
more
where?
people.
Oh, carry skates.
Anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
Anywhere.
Yeah,
If you want more people, just go away. So
smart Alec.
Hey,
Kim Ray.
when I was a kid,
Sean.
they said, don't be a
Let her
smart
ride.
aleck. They said, don't get smart. So I went to school. And then at school, they're all, don't be dumb. So I went back home
Angela.
where they said, don't get smart. I was
Post.
like, wait, don't
Post
get
on
smart.
Facebook and Twitter. That usually gets us the numbers.
patrolling these waters and area around
get dumb.
Antarctica.
Hello, Kim
Now
Ray.
that we have a general
Kim
idea
Ray's
of
gonna
the
sing.
framework,
Yes.
Yay.
Yes, Singe.
Hi, Kim Ray.
Kim Ray is Singe's
Angela Baby Carson's in the house. Yay.
Yeah,
One
we
day
just-
I'll taste her great food.
You know,
Maybe
we just thought
send me some.
We just thought we would surprise you tonight with a surprise Cantarctica stream.
Angela, I'll buy some from you, Angela. You just gotta send me some food.
He'll buy anything from you, he says.
infrastructure works with
Food.
these icebreaker ships. Let's go ahead and take a look and see what happens when you get too close to the 60th degree latitude and run into one of these Navy warships in maritime waters.
Yeah, Dave, the demo.
Maritime exclusion area. Please report your intentions.
Fishing.
Who the fuck's that?
We're heading to the shelf to go. Just so we're out fishing.
Here we go,
Heading
watch
out.
this.
No, we're just heading out fishing.
They get turned away. They went out of the 60th parallel. Are you close to it? So I was looking for this for a
Good
while.
find, dude. Score.
So I'm gonna rewind it. So this is what happened. So these guys were sailing and they were pretending they were fishing, and they were going to the 60th parallel. This Navy vessel comes and tells them to turn back. Watch.
Just so we're out fishing. Heading out fishing. No, we're just heading out fishing.
Hold on. Let me.
No, you aren't.
Let me rewind it. Hold on.
Maritime waters.
Watch.
Hobart, you are in a maritime exclusion area. Please report your intentions.
Fishing.
Who the fuck's that?
We're heading to the shelf to go. Just so we're out fishing. Heading out fishing. No, we're just heading out fishing. We've all come through this 1,000 times. Yeah. Stop doing that.
Send the dickies out, boys. They get
We're going that way.
We're just traversing. Is there a helicopter coming at us? Are we allowed? I
That
don't
is
know.
helicopters.
Just go.
Wow.
You sent out the chopper.
The chopper.
Is it?
Since they sent out the chopper.
That's unreal.
What the fuck was that about?
Yes.
He got too close to it. He got close to us.
We stopped, and it's all on film. We stopped well short of him. We stopped about a couple of K out.
Bad boys, is that you?
Yes.
International. Like
No, Port of Origin, Lake Centric.
Oh, sorry, we're going down to Lake
To track these ships that get beyond the 60th
Yeah.
latitude is by a variety of different ways. They use dart buoys, tsunami buoys.
Wow.
They use trip lines, which have been discovered in
look at this.
declassified documents by the 60th latitude. They've also used SOSUS and LARP technology that dates all the way back to the Cold War years before the Antarctica Treaty was even in place, which I'll get into later. But for now, we'll focus on these tsunami buoys, which create signals for when there's water displacement.
buoy.
And these signals get sent back to whatever region is patrolling that area. And from there, they will send out a ship vessel to that region where that.
So when you hear other people talking about tsunami buoys now, you know you heard it.
That's
here
one.
first. You heard it here first.
Signals coming from,
So if you see a
from the
tsunami
water
buoy,
displacement.
turn back.
So we're into more details
Yeah,
on how
yeah,
exactly
yeah.
this water displacement works with these tsunami buoys.
Harbor here. We're approximately here. And they, whatever they are somewhere in the middle. We're trapped out here. What we know right now is we can't target them unless we have a plain line of sight. Without radar, we have no way to track them, correct?
Correct. But I don't think they can see us either.
Why?
Because we are still alive.
Okay, so they can't see us and we can't see them. And we have no way to hit them from a safe distance.
There is a way.
A way?
A way of seeing them without seeing them.
You're going to reference Art of War right now, aren't you? What are we supposed to do? Fight the enemy where they aren't? Move like water? Because I've read that thing like 6 times. It makes no sense.
That book is Chinese.
Still makes no sense.
No sense.
My
It
way
makes
is much
no
more simple.
sense.
We've been doing it to America for 20 years.
Yikes.
Water displacement.
How do you
Water
track
displacement.
water displacement?
Tsunami buoys.
Tsunami buoys.
Tsunami buoys.
You have them
Yes.
surrounding your islands, transmitting displacement data. We hack into their transmissions, form a grid.
You can't track anything without radar.
I don't need a radar.
Shout out to Australia.
Turn off
I love
Aegis
it.
radar, please.
Cinch. I love how my voice reaches from Florida to Australia, and I don't even have to talk loud. It's great.
And you don't even have an Aussie accent at all.
Secure
Neither do I.
spy.
They talk really cool. I like the way they talk. And I talk like this.
Display no data.
Yeah,
No
I like
radar.
the music.
Yes, correct.
You heard him. Display no data.
The hell is that?
It's a buoy. If it gets hit by a wave, it transmits a signal.
Best you ever tried. Pick up some Flatter Farms breakfast bud bites.
Flat Earth Farms breakfast bud bites. Made with the best cuts of bud. Just like at home. Packed full of fresh country flavor. from the skillet to your plate. Tasty breakfast bud bites. Tasty breakfast bud bites from Flat Earth Farms. Try some today.
Available at all purveyors of fine products near you.
That buoy's underwater. That's a ship. Get on your gun.
Sir.
Target, Echo 1-1.
Roger, Echo 1-1. Ready to fire.
I have no idea, Jensen.
They will know where we are.
I guess so.
Fire!
Orty, anything.
I'm dropping another one soon. That's really him. I think. I'm gonna make sure.
Another thing I wanted to go over briefly.
I don't think the
was
fake one has a wrench.
Berserk incident that happened back in 2011. It involved Jarl Andahoy and 3 of his crew members. Don't want to get too much into it, but just kind of give you more of an idea of how quickly they can respond to somebody that goes beyond the 60th latitude.
Yeah.
But basically, he made a
you know, like I was rapping. There's albums that I have that were out in like 2005, 2006, and before that I was even rapping. So it's almost like it took me that long to develop the style that I have now. You know, it took like 20 something years for rapping. But it's something that I'm real passionate about, and I'm working on another song right now, and it's really good, and it's coming along. Me and Rasta Bear, we've been collaborating on the True Kings album. Shout out to Rasta. And we've been like, you know, I've released a couple tracks on my own, but they're just kind of. So the goal, we're gonna release 16 tracks, True Kings. First and foremost, we'd like to thank Jah, our mothers for giving birth to us in this wonderful community. We love you. Jah bless. Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy. What have I done to you? The earth is flat, man. I'm calling up Batman. We waking up the people and bringing it back, fam. The earth being flat is a provable fact. It's time to let them know how we know that. Water always finds its own level. Believing in the globe, you're worshiping the devil. Thrust and combustion don't work in a vacuum. It's a pressurized system, just one little crack through. They tell you it's fact true, but nobody asked you. It's garbage, a crapshoot, it belongs in the bathroom. What type of sun-lapse footage do you got? The sun goes away and turns into a small spot. Dinosaur bones or crushed chicken bones. You might as well shut up and listen though. It's disinfo and misinfo. It's a mission to keep the public misinformed. Come on. Rasta Bear, why'd you leave
leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy. What have I done to you? I never wanted we to end. I always still will be your friend. Even when you're weak and your knees will bend. You got me wheezy and sneezy and easy then. I'll try to get some sleep again. We pretend we didn't know where we would end when we began. Even more when your days are too long and your life is boring. Looking in the mirror telling yourself it'll be better in the morning. It was like wholesale and a half sale and half sale and a wholesale. Until you got so confused you wound up saying no deal. Hey, nice merch. You got a promo code? He just put the chat on slow-mo mode. And man, I just don't know no more. Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy. What have I done to you? Now sing it with me, come on. Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? I'm so sorry. What have I done to you? Rasta Bear, why'd you leave me here? Just like Tommy. What have I done to you? The 60th parallel.
Okay. What's this? What? What are you showing us? This crazy man.
You crazy. You crazy.
You're so crazy, man. You're so crazy. Ooh, now Angela's talking about food. We're gonna go back.
Look at that. I wish it was bigger. Nancy! Get over here! Make that bigger! Alright, anyway. Alright.
Yeah, I have something from the... Oh, Glade Plus. This hour is brought to you by Glade Plus.
Glade
now,
Plus.
I have Glade Plus. It doesn't smell at all. It's not made of chemicals that would hurt you at all. You can breathe it right in. Just breathe Glade Plus. Don't need oxygen. Hey, but I have something from the agency archives.
Oh, really? From the agency archives? From the library?
Our library. Our
Yeah.
library.
What is it? Where is it? What is it? Did I
Oh,
bring it
sir,
up?
I shall present screen, or you because you
Oh,
can't
all right,
because they
all
won't
right.
let you.
Okay.
It's
All right. We'll get back to this. I won't forget about you. I won't forget about you. Go. Put your screen.
You want me to do it later?
Well, does it have? Is it a different topic? It's It's the other topic.
Oh, it's the guide stones.
And it's connected to this.
The ship shooting it.
Save it
yes.
for the end. It has to do with Antarctica.
It is. Well, it has to do with the controllers and their. Yeah. Well, we can save it for the end. I guess it will.
Save it for the
it
end.
would be a good
Expedition
tie-up.
down to Antarctica,
Right, at the end, yeah.
and then he decided he wanted to make an expedition to the South Pole. He didn't make it to the South Pole. He only made it about 100 miles in before he got called back on his radio from his crew members that were basically leaving the area that their ship was harbored in.
That little ship, that boat, the
and
shark,
basically got stuck in a
berserk.
storm, so he had to leave his South Pole expedition and come back to the shore.
Crazy ship.
But there's a lot of conspiracies around it. I'm not gonna get too much into all the different theories, but I do want to point out
Lee Kenny. Oh, I remember him. You remember Lee Kenny?
His ship.
Remember that guy?
This boat vessel was left from the when it basically left harboring from Horseshoe Bay, which was down by McMurdo Station. They had to go search for it, and there was 3 different ships that searched for it, and one of them was the I want to say it was called the Wellington ship from New Zealand. And there was also another ship called the Steve Irwin ship that came from New Zealand. And then there was a third ship
the Steve Irwin
called the Spirit of Enderby ship that all traveled down to this area where this this boat vessel was supposed to be at. And
what up, Jim?
The Wellington ship from New Zealand
awesome.
Basically said that in good conditions, like good normal conditions down there, they would have been able to reach the site where the beacon went off from this other ship vessel. They would have been able to reach that site in about 82 minutes. So that's pretty quick, considering where it's coming from. And it just goes to show you how fast they can track down different ships and sailing vessels that go beyond the 60th latitude. I mean, they can track you down in a little over an hour, and that's assuming you don't get stuck in a bunch of sea ice. And even then, if you get stuck in the sea ice, then you're going to have the icebreaker ships that are going to track you down. So with these tsunami buoys, them being able to locate where you're at, they can find you pretty quickly. And just to kind of give you an idea,
you can't go there
of how many ships are actually
of the week.
Kind of patrolling that area. I found this map on Yandex.
Hold that thought.
Kind of shows a lot of the ships. You can see there's one here. One here. I mean, there's a lot of them. There's probably over 15, 20 ships here that are always around the 60th degree latitude. They're all labeled with each country, and each there's ones from the UK, from the US, from Russia, from Germany, from Japan. There's all these different ships around the 60th latitude, and just in the area they were in with the Berserk incident, there's 3 different ships there. So, there's the Wellington, the Spirit of Enderby, the Steve Irwin ship, and there's actually probably a 4th ship. Most likely there's an icebreaker ship there too. So there's about 4 ships just in that location, because that's obviously the location of where the Summer Gate is allegedly supposed to be located. But this just goes to show you that there's a whole array of different ships patrolling that area of Antarctica, and they can, with the location, with the water displacement of these tsunami buoys, they can track you down pretty quick. And we're actually going to get into other ways that they've been tracking, ships beyond the 60th latitude for years, even before tsunami buoys and before the Antarctica Treaty. So we're going to go ahead and get into some of the history of different ways that they've tracked ships down by the southern oceans and by Antarctica.
So weird, bro. It's so weird. So like until you let me pick the fruit of the forbidden tree.
Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? The Earth's a center, the sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with a rocket? I'm not hard to get along with. Just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a consolation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comets. I know you want it. Just leave another useless comment. NASA lost it. The Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat, what you do about it? The Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat, what you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat, now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. You know it's flat. And there is a bunch of us. The globies munching on a bunch of snuffleupagus. You think it's cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best. That's just because the Earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The Earth is flat and there's nothing you can do. The Earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. There's a Russian with the crew, don't forget to brush after your food. Asteroids, and asteroids too. The Earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. The Earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The Earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The Earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do about it. The Earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. The Earth is flat, there's nothing you can do about it. What you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The Earth is flat. It's fucking flat. The Earth is fucking flat. The Earth is fucking flat. The Earth is fucking flat.
Alright. Back to this real quick. It's almost done. Where was it? Boom. Lost my place now. Too much fun. Too much.
Here, so like real people discovered that in 45, the government brought people over here in Operation Paperclip from the Nazi regime who were obsessed with Antarctica. 46, they immediately started Operation High Jump and went and explored the Antarctic region. And that went on for a while into the 50s, like 55. We did Operation Deep Freeze, further investigation of Antarctica, leading into the 1957 International Geophysical Year, as the government calls it, where they cooperated with major nations to put a distant early warning system around 55 degrees north latitude, trip lines that show any activity inside of that area. Then also concentrated on the southern region, all just declassified facts. And then in 58, they founded NASA. In 59, they signed the Antarctic Treaty. There were like 12 original countries that signed it, and now it's like 50 something. Every major world country or world superpower, right? So that's weird. They went and explored that region, founded the first American base called Little America after the Nazis were obsessed with it and they brought them over here. Then they said, you can't privately go there. Longest lasting peace treaty in modern history.
Obviously, you can see there was some declassified documents he had mentioned that had a trip lines, an early warning system between the 55 degree and 60 degree latitude that would basically track any vessel that was going beyond that 60th latitude. So we can see this goes back, quite a few years, even before tsunami buoys. And we can even look at some other technology that they had back around the time of the Cold War. They had what was called the Sound Surveillance System, or SOSUS. They also had a long-range acoustic propagation project. This is back from the 60s and 70s. But if we look at this, the SOSUS technology that they had, This kind of discovered towards the end of World War II and started being used during the Cold War. But this technology was developed under great cloak of secrecy back in the 50s, and it was funded by the Office of Naval Research with AT&T, and they developed the undersea surveillance system to basically surveillance that area of the Southern Oceans and the 60th latitude by Antarctica. And this was initially as code named Project Jezebel.
Jezebel.
And
my nickname in high school.
Very highly classified name, Sound Surveillance System, or SOSUS. Then after it was unclassified, it was called Project Caesar. With Project Caesar, when we look into that, they actually had what they called the Caesar cable fleet ships, which were these Navy.
Singe, remember Caesar, my dog from high school?
Ships. And this is just from the U.S. This isn't including all the other countries that were using cables to set up this their own long-range acoustic propagation program. But this is just with the U.S. There was several different ships that laid cable for this SOSUS
I can't hear you,
program.
if you're talking.
And some of these cables, some of these locations required, hundreds of miles between each location.
If I have time.
And they had an array of hydrophones that were underwater that could track, acoustic sound from whether it was on the ocean surface above or submarines in the water. It would track, any kind of ships that were traveling along the water. And
so won't the Red Pair app, won't it, Singe? It'll track any ships along the water eventually. One can dream.
During the time of the U.S. when they were using the SOSUS system, they had over 30,000 miles of undersea cable and more than 1,000 hydrophones. And this is just with that one region.
What up,
so
Dr.
just go to show you that they've had these surveillance systems in place for, many decades. And they've had, trip lines, and they've had, this is all classified in place. So it's been used for a while. Even before they had tsunami buoys, they've been able to track people going beyond the 60th latitude.
Had to do it.
And they've had, trip lines, and they've had, this is all classified programs that they had in place. So it's been used for a while. Even before they had tsunami buoys, they've been able to track people going beyond the 60th latitude. So just wanted to point that out so you kind of have more of a general history of how long they've been guarding below the 60th latitude. So with that being said, I also want to point out that it's not just the ocean surface that they're guarding, but also the air patrol. And we're going to go ahead and get into how fast they can actually track somebody down that's flying into the no-fly zone of Antarctica. And if you're thinking that Antarctica isn't a no-fly zone, I mean, you can Google it and it'll say that it's not a no-fly zone, and you can fly over it. It's just very impractical to do so. I'm going to show you that that's simply not true, and that Antarctica is actually a no-fly zone. And this was actually pointed out by somebody that recorded one of their search results back from 2016 when they asked if Antarctica was a no-fly zone. And back in 2016, the answer was that Antarctica is a no-fly zone, and it's guarded and protected, and you're not allowed to fly over it. And nobody has ever flown over it. That was the official answer from Google. And then after the algorithm apocalypse and mass censorship of flat Earth happened in 2017 and 2018, Google literally changed.
You know what I do with that kid? That dude looks like my old singer from the band I used to be in a long time ago, and we lost him, and I thought it was him for a second. It's a trip.
Its official answer to Antarctica is not a no-fly zone, and people fly over it all the time, which obviously they don't. And we've already proved that they don't, that they fake all these north to south circumnavigation flights, and none of them actually ever fly over Antarctica. But they also changed the narrative of it being a no-fly zone. So it just goes to show you that with Google being the mainstream search engine it is, they're never going to tell you the truth about flat Earth or Antarctica there because they're going to censor everything. So let's go ahead and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about with Google changing its answers.
That let's answer your question in 2016. And what I mean by that is I save a lot of things. So luckily in 2016, when I asked Google that question myself, let me show you the answer that it gave me in 2016. Let's look back in my vault here. Here we go. Can we circumnavigate over Antarctica? Since the North Pole and Antarctica are covered in ice and guarded no-fly zones, no ships or planes have ever been known to circumnavigate the Earth north-south directions. March 9th, 2016. That was the Google answer. Now, here we are 7 years later. Let's ask Google the same question and see what the answer is that it gives us in 2024. Okay, Google, can we circumnavigate over Antarctica? The same way we asked in 2016. Okay, notice this time this little flat Earth thing pops up here. And then it says polar circumnavigation.
How dare they?
Polar circumnavigation is complete navigation around the Earth through both the North Pole and the South Pole. Several parties have successfully done it. Anyways, it says, has anyone circumnavigated the Earth north to south? The first pole-to-pole circumnavigation flight took place in 1965 by modified Flying Tiger line Boeing 707, carrying 40 scientists, guests, and crew. Okay, now this supposed to took place in 1965, okay, but this didn't show up in 2016 when we searched this on Google, but if you look right down here, this wasn't entered into Google until July the 6th of 2018, after they started Flat Earth censorship. So let's look up another one real quick. Okay, why is it illegal to fly over Antarctica? Planes can and do sometimes fly over Antarctica. It is not a no-fly zone and it is not illegal. It is just very impractical to do so. So there you go. Once again, the puppet masters at Google have changed the answer to...
That's just like the Truman Show. It's trying to discourage you. It's like, it's just very impractical to do so. Like, don't do it. It's...
It is not a no-fly zone, and it is not illegal. Well, what did you tell us in 2016, Google? Since the...
You know what, Jedzy, if you haven't noticed, I run a real tight ship here. I keep track of nothing. I don't even watch half the shit before I bring it on. I mean, I just... completely flying off the rim. I mean, whatever.
North Pole and Antarctica
seems to be working for me.
Are covered in ice and guarded. No-fly zones. No ships or planes have ever been known to circumnavigate the Earth.
I have no idea who any of these people are.
Flying for miles and miles until...
Okay, we've just entered the no-fly zone now.
Our pilots aren't talking to air traffic control, ignoring their calls to reach them. That triggers an alarm at the Air National Guard base. These fighter pilots scrambling to their jets. They're on alert and ready to take action 24 hours a day. Today, racing to their F-16s, suiting up, climbing on board.
This type of stream right here would take a normal person over a week to put all this together.
And rushing to the runway. Taking off to intercept our rogue Cessna. Reaching the target in just minutes. This is the view from the F-16. That's my Cessna right there.
Whoa! You can actually hear, I don't know if you can hear it on camera, you can hear that fighter jet coming by. I mean, there's no way you don't hear this or notice it.
Coming up on the left side of our plane.
That is as intimidating as you would think it would be. Look at that fighter jet. He's right off our way.
Whoa. Another F-16 swooping in on the right.
Look at the fighter
calling
jet.
us on aviation frequencies.
Are you going to beat the fighter jet, dude? Are you going to beat a fighter jet to go to Antarctica?
Again, intercepted. If you hear this transmission,
No.
answer the radio call and rock your wings.
He wants us to identify ourselves. We're a rogue aircraft, remember, for this demonstration, so we're not going to respond at all and see what this fighter jet does.
The fighter right on our wing now, scanning us inside.
What is he trying to do?
He's trying to figure out who we are, who's inside, what we're up to.
And he's trying to make radio contact and tell us to do what? Follow him?
That's correct.
The fighters want to escort us out of the area, but we still don't respond. So the F-16 makes a bold move. Swooping in right there. Look at how close he gets.
Look, he's crossing right in front of us.
It's called the headbutt maneuver, and you can see why. Watch again. The F-16 crosses right in front, just feet from us. Hard to miss, and that's the point.
That's a pretty aggressive maneuver.
I love it. This is so exciting.
Trying to get
I feel like I'm there.
our attention.
Remember, this is restricted airspace right above the president's vacation home.
You are ordered to turn to the northwest.
The fighter jet giving us one last warning, turning away, hoping we follow. If after all of this, the pilot still won't listen, the plane won't leave the airspace, will you shoot them down?
If required, we'll execute the rules of engagement per the commander of the North American Aerospace Defense Command. And yes, we would do that.
Shoot the plane down. So
Shoot them down.
It's interesting once you start looking into the different ways that they protect Antarctica and how much effort they put into protecting below the 60th latitude. And it starts to make you wonder, like, you know, why are they putting so much effort into protecting, you know, one allegedly small area of the world? You know, they're protecting this one area more than, you know, Area 51 or Fort Knox.
Wow.
You know, and then you throw in the Antarctica Treaty and the mountains of bureaucracy and legal restrictions, you know, cited in the Antarctica Treaty Handbook. And you start to piece it all together, and any rational, normal thinking person would have to think, why are they putting all of this effort in guarding and protecting one little small area of the world?
Why?
And, you know, I think the reason for that is because
That's a good question.
they're protecting something in Antarctica.
That's what we're going to get to next. Why all this? Why are they protecting it? Why the treaty?
Or they're protecting something beyond Antarctica. And I think that there's a small group, there's a handful of people that they know about this true reality of where we live. They know the true reality of Antarctica, and they don't want that getting out to the public. And they've known about this for decades.
If you want to say I'm crazy and you want to say I'm a conspiracy theorist or whatnot, then try to go to Antarctica and see for yourself and see if I'm crazy and prove it.
For many years. And they want to keep us locked into this Truman-like show reality. And they don't want us venturing out and figuring out the true nature, our true earth of where we actually live.
Such a great movie. On so
Personally,
many
I think the
levels.
unconquered South face is the only one worth scaling. It's a 20,000-foot sheer wall of ice, but that's never stopped me before. Risk? Of course I'm aware of the
He's
risks.
good.
Thank you for your concern. I think the biggest stumbling block I'll face on the journey is the loss of my thumbs to frostbite and gangrene. It shouldn't affect the mountain climb itself, but it will make signing autographs virtually impossible.
Darling, you're such a man. You sure
you forgive me?
Every time I clutch the mic, you can see the wheels spinning like a rusty bike. Don't trust my wife, honey, that's enough advice. One wrong move, you can fuck your life. I'm as cold as crushed ice. It's time to go and tuck my knife now. When I shoot, you better duck the fuck down. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be.
You sure you forgive me?
Being broke is a career. My life is smoke and mirrors. This ain't the happy stuff that you hope that you would hear. Boston Ray, level head, I never said y'all just ain't ready yet. Monopoly, get off my property for free. Ain't no stopping me, constantly a monstrosity at the top, you see. Boston Ray got bars and jars of flat earth farms in the car. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be.
Yo, everything nice when I sing this song. Don't get me wrong, cause I hit my bong like Tommy when it's 420. You got to understand, coming with it plenty. And it's a dose of reality straight from your brain. We're gonna let them know it's all the same. Cause Mandela affected, on the mic I selected. Yo, you don't understand until you get with this. Not a flow, everything nice, like what you wanna do. Karen B on the Monday Truth Talk. Got the coffee time spitting with your rhyme. I don't need coffee to be full of this. So real, I got love in my heart so I can feel. And I'm connected straight up to the source. And yeah, I love to have intercourse, cause it's so nice when I'm making that love. Just like on the microphone, flowing like a dove, flying in the sky, sending all.
Oh, play that back. Play that back. Hold on. I didn't mean to cut it. I didn't mean to cut it short. Boston Ray, play that shit back.
Darling, you're such a man. You sure you forgive me?
Every time I clutch the mic, you can see the wheels spinning like a rusty bike. Don't trust my wife, honey, that's enough advice. One wrong move, you can fuck your life. I'm as cold as crushed ice. It's time to go and tuck my knife now. When I shoot, you better duck the fuck down. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be.
You sure you forgive me?
Being broke is a career. My life is smoke and mirrors. This ain't the happy stuff that you hope that you would hear. Boston Ray, level head, I never said y'all just ain't ready yet. Monopoly, get off my property for free. Ain't no stopping me, constantly a monstrosity at the top, you see. Boston Ray got bars and jars of flat earth farms in the car. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be. Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be.
Yo, everything nice when I sing this song. Don't get me wrong, cause I hit my bong like Tommy when it's 420. You got to understand, coming with it plenty. And it's a dose of reality straight from your brain. We're gonna let them know it's all the same. Cause Mandela affected, on the mic I selected. Yo, you don't understand until you get with this. Not a flow, everything nice, like what you wanna do. Karen B on the Monday Truth Talk. Got the coffee time spitting with your rhyme. I don't need coffee to be full of this. So real, I got love in my heart so I can feel. And I'm connected straight up to the source. And yeah, I love to have intercourse, cause it's so nice when I'm making that love. Just like on the microphone, flowing like a dove, flying in the sky, sending all the branch to the ceiling fan. And you know who I am, Ja. And I got the master plan. We're coming together. I don't need your hate, cause through all the weather, we're so much better when we come together. Feeling our feeling, and we know it's the deal, cause we're on the same mission for truth, and that's for real. Yo, so I'm a micro machine. I gotta spit it straight like the man in the dreams. Can I bust my flow? I think I can, cause you see that is so true and feels so lovely when you're spitting your voice and it's happy and free. Truth time warriors, and that's what I be. The earth is flat, so what you gonna do about it? I'm gonna shout it every day, and you gotta know it's true. Chemtrails up in the sky, but they can't stop the weather. It's the 4th of July. Yo, here we go.
Motherfuckers think it's as easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be. Motherfuckers think that it's easy as Go Gadget live stream. That's why the streams are trash and they do not surprise me. The horizon always rises to the level that your eyes be.
Darling, you're such a lamb. You sure you forgive me?
Cantarctica, which proves Antarctica is not a continent on the bottom of a spinning ball in space.
You can't get, so then you go down.
This is why.
Of the Earth being flat. Here we have a NOAA satellites showing
Because
the
the
world
Earth is
in
flat.
real time, allegedly.
That's
this
why.
is your globe model.
That's why they won't want us to go to Antarctica, because then we'll know that it's not what they're saying and it's not a globe.
Allegedly in real time. Let's show you some fakeness straight away. See these lines, vertical lines, white vertical lines. Yeah, they're going to be satellites going around the pretend globe Earth, and so they have to stitch up images. So in real time, we're seeing satellites whizzing around the Earth and stitching together these white lines. Oh no, what happened here? I don't know. Another real-time image of the Earth. This is what Globers call real-time images of the Earth. Now let me show you a very important 100% proof that the Earth is flat. Here's the North Pole.
100% proof. Right here.
Yeah.
Pay attention.
Now get ready. And here's your ice wall going around the entire Earth. And we get zigzag lines there. Yes, because of an elliptical orbit perhaps. And stitching together. But all of this is happening in real time. Please notice I'm being sarcastic. This is not real time.
No.
This is fake. And this is what they try to push as real images of the
That's
Earth every
fake.
10 minutes, every live. Whatever these Globers' excuses are, these are real images live of half the Earth at any one point in time.
Yes. No, we're going to get into that too. We're going to get into that tonight. I'm glad you
Watch
asked.
what steak does to your gut.
Ugh, gross. Okay. So, we're going to get into what could be beyond. I'll get into the whole thing. All right, I'll break it down for you. But that's coming up. Okay. So, this is what else is important, okay? So, there's something in Antarctica called the Midnight.
What I found.
What is it? Hold on, I'll let him talk.
A note from you.
Yeah.
It says, Singe man.
Oh, really?
I love you, brother. I appreciate everything you've done and continue to do. I know you are real.
Nice.
Boston.
Oh, there you go. That is a note from me. That really
Don't
is.
forget.
I
Every
thought
time
he
you
was
trip out on me. Every time you trip out on me, I'm just going to go, dude, stop tripping out.
Yeah. I trip out on everybody's sin. It's the cost of being the boss. You know what I mean? I gotta run a tight ship. I can't. We're running a professional thing here now. We're not fucking around. We can't be playing games. I gotta keep all you motherfuckers in line. Okay, so here we go.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's hard. It's like really hard. So listen to this. So
I don't listen to anyone.
The Midnight Sun, Singe. What do you know about the Midnight Sun, motherfucker?
Was it a third sun or a second sun? Nothing.
No, the Midnight Sun. The Midnight Sun.
Nothing about it.
All right. Well, people say that there's a 24-hour sun, What's this? The midnight sun? 24-hour sun, same thing.
I've
same
never
thing.
seen the
Okay.
second sun or something. That'd be great. I'd like.
You know, like they're saying that in Antarctica it stays light for 24 hours, and that proves the globe. Now, like there's times of the year when there's no night, because they're saying because it's at the bottom of a ball, so that's why that happens, and that would only happen on the globe. That's what they say. But they won't let us go there. They won't let us go there to stay there to see one if there really is a midnight sun. Now there was videos of we caught globies faking the midnight sun. Like it was obvious. There was like different cuts from different times of year. The sun was in different spot. Like you could obviously tell that they put it together. But for the most part, this one's pretty good. Boom.
The midnight sun is a phenomenon experienced by observers north of the Arctic Circle during summer solstice, where the sun can be seen circling over and around 360 degrees without ever setting. Depending how far north the observer is, the sun can be seen for several days or weeks, rising and falling as usual, but never fully setting beyond the horizon. This is because the sun, having reached the Tropic of Cancer, is making its tightest, narrowest circle over the Earth, so much so that observers positioned centrally within the Arctic Circle are never at any time significantly far enough away from the sun for it to set beyond their horizon. Not until after summer solstice, when the sun makes its way back towards the equator, will the sun set completely and the Arctic days begin getting shorter. Meanwhile, in the Antarctic during summer solstice, the sun disappears completely for over 2 months, leaving everyone below the Antarctic Circle in bitter cold darkness from mid-May to mid-July. Again, this is because the sun, narrowing and tightening its path towards the Tropic of Cancer, means it has moved significantly far enough away from the Antarctic perimeter so as not to be seen by observers positioned so far south. Not until mid-July, when the sun expands and widens its path back significantly far enough, will Antarctic observers again be able to see the sun above the horizon, and the Antarctic days begin getting longer. In order to fit the heliocentric globe model, this midnight sun phenomenon must also occur for observers south of the Antarctic Circle during winter solstice. Depending how far south the observer is, the sun should be seen for several days or weeks, never fully setting, just like it does in the north. In reality, however, there is never 24-hour sunlight anywhere in Antarctica at any time of year. During winter solstice, when the sun is circling its widest path over and around the Tropic of Capricorn, observers far enough south will experience extended daylight hours due to proximity with the sun, but will still observe it to rise and set beyond the horizon completely every single day.
Love it.
In fact, this is why the Arctic and Antarctic climates are so strikingly dissimilar, because of the drastically different amount of sunlight received by each. Based on the heliocentric globe model, both the Arctic and Antarctic receive comparable amounts of sunlight every year, and so should have comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, and ability to sustain plant and animal life, but in reality differ greatly in these ways. Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately negative 57 degrees Fahrenheit, and a record low of negative 135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes. The northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice. The island of Kerguelen, at 49 degrees southern latitude, has only 18 species of native plants that can survive its hostile climate. Compare this with the island of Iceland at 65 degrees northern latitude, 16 degrees further north of the equator than Kerguelen is south, yet Iceland is home to 870 species of native plants. On the Isle of Georgia, just 54 degrees southern latitude, the same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, the infamous Captain Cook wrote that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. In the Arctic, there are 4 clearly distinguished seasons, warm summers, and an abundance of plant and animal life, none of which can be said of the Antarctic. The Eskimo live as far north as the 79th parallel, whereas in the south, no native man is found higher than the 56th. Since this one fact would destroy the heliocentric globe model, there is, and has been since the 1950s, an Antarctic treaty signed by over 50 countries banning all independent travel and exploration of the Antarctic. Excluding overpriced chaperoned penguin tours and government-approved contractors, nobody is allowed to step foot in Antarctica, especially not during winter solstice when there should supposedly be constant 24-hour sunlight. Since this particular lie is so important to the heliocentric facade, if you search online, you will find a couple videos purporting to show 24-hour sunlight in Antarctica, but just like the rest of the globe's pathetic video evidence, they are all fake. The most popular video allegedly showing an Antarctic 24-hour time-lapse actually has mountains accidentally layered over the video's text layer, proving it to be a calculated fraud. Other videos simply show an Arctic midnight sun time-lapse, but claim it to be from Antarctica. There are dozens of clearly genuine videos you can see online of the Arctic midnight sun, and you can freely travel above the Arctic Circle to experience it for yourself. Conversely, however, there are only a couple clearly fake videos online of the supposed Antarctic midnight sun, and you cannot ever freely travel there to experience it for yourself.
Yep. Good one. Let me see what happened to that. I'll leave it there. Okay. Oh, you can see. Okay, good. I'm not going to X out of that though this time. Let it go. Alright, so this is what I want to show you guys. The biblical cosmology. Okay? This is what the Bible says. This. Figure 1, a picture of the biblical cosmology. So this is what most people, a lot of people believe, right? Because people say, what's beyond Antarctica? Well, Antarctica is more or less like, let me see, get it up there. More or less like the, you know, what keeps us in. The barrier. And some people say that, you know, the Bible says this is what the Bible says, and there's nothing beyond that. There's nothing beyond Antarctica. If you say there's something beyond Antarctica, you're going to hell. That's what people say. Like, it's anti-God, right? You know what I'm saying, right?
It's straight up, it's just like non-thinking at that point. It's like, okay, so I've come to this conclusion that all this time I thought that the world was being run by adults. No. The world is being run by some psychotic kids or something. And the whole time, I was actually correct, and the adult in the room. Even when I was at my worst, apparently I was better than these guys. I would.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me all right, so that's what some people say. Look, I just want to read that real quick.
I just put in a link of a guy that went there when he was a Globie, and now he wishes he could go back. He's like, dude, I was a Globie when I went there. I want to go back.
This one. The Earth is a circle. Isaiah 40:22, made with a compass. Proverbs 8:27, laid upon a face. Genesis 1:2, which is bounded. Job 26:10, at its ends. Job 38:13, it does not move. Psalm 93:1, and is covered by a dome. Genesis 1:6-8, containing the sun, moon, and stars. Genesis 1:14-18, which are revolving. Enoch 75:3-4, above and below is water. Genesis 1:6-8. That's what the Bible says, for the most part. And there's pictures of it in the old Hebrew Bibles, just like that. So, boom, let's listen to this guy. Love the voice, love it.
Is there 24-hour daylight in Antarctica?
24-hour daylight. I mean, the way I explain it is the daylight is similar to like in Norway and Alaska, and obviously that, you know, is 18, 20 hours, and then you get a merge in between. So when I was there, because I wasn't aware of all the flat Earth truths and facts that I know now, the position of being aware of where the sun wasn't so much important, but I did pay attention to the arcs it was doing, and that was definitely, you know, horizontal arcs rather than all the way around. So I don't remember none of those. I remember more of the from one side to the other in the horizon kind of thing.
Wait, you mean you're in Antarctica and the sun wasn't going round?
Oh no, yeah, that's right.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Globalist. What is this? So it was coming up.
You don't pay attention to the sky and that kind of thing when you're there, because you're in such an extreme environment. You're kind of really trying to get to grips with how extreme it is. So the sun and all that, you know, the normal things you might look at. Now, if I went there, I would, you know, it would be time lapse, 360 camera, you know, and then I could say, oh, look, it's going over the horizon, you know. But all the webcams and all the images that I've seen in the past after coming back from Antarctica, you know, the questions went up immediately when you're finding missing time frames and big chunks out of all this footage. And I was aware of that before I was even aware of flat Earth, and it brought up suspicions then as I was aware of the normal conspiracies.
So, Robert.
There you go. And then we have, real quick, so why do we want to go there?
If the Earth were truly a globe, the Arctic and Antarctic polar regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator should share similar conditions and characteristics, such as comparable temperatures, seasonal changes, length of daylight, plant and animal life. In reality, however, the Arctic and Antarctic regions and areas of comparable latitude north and south of the equator differ greatly in many ways. Thomas Winship says, if the Earth be the globe of popular belief, the same amount of heat and cold, summer and winter, should be experienced at the same latitudes north and south of the equator. The same number of plants and animals would be found, and the same general conditions exist. That the very opposite is the case disproves the globular assumption. The great contrasts between places at the same latitudes north and south of the equator is a strong argument against the received doctrine of the rotundity of the Earth. Antarctica is by far the coldest place on Earth, with an average annual temperature of approximately -57 degrees Fahrenheit and a record low of 135.8. The average annual temperature at the North Pole, however, is a comparatively warm 4 degrees. Throughout the year, temperatures in the Antarctic vary less than half the amount at comparable Arctic latitudes. The northern Arctic region enjoys moderately warm summers and manageable winters, whereas the southern Antarctic region never even warms enough to melt the perpetual snow and ice. Thomas Winship wrote, "This uniformity of temperature partly accounts for the great accumulation of ice which is formed, not on account of the great severity of the winter, but because there is practically no summer to melt it. In the Antarctic there is eternal winter, and snow never melts. As far north as a man has traveled, he has found reindeer and hare basking in the sun, and country brilliant with rich flora. Within the Antarctic Circle, no plant is to be found." The island of Kerguelen at 49 degrees southern latitude has only 18 species of native plants that can survive its hostile climate. Compare this with the island of Iceland at 65 degrees northern latitude, 16 degrees further north of the equator than Kerguelen is south, yet Iceland is home to 870 species of native plants. On the Isle of Georgia, just 54 degrees southern latitude, the same latitude as Canada or England in the north, where dense forests of various tall trees abound, the infamous Captain Cook wrote that he was unable to find a single shrub large enough to make a toothpick. Cook wrote, "Not a tree was to be seen. The lands which lie to the south are doomed by nature to perpetual frigidness, never to feel the warmth of the sun's rays, whose horrible and savage aspect I have not words to describe. Even marine life is sparse in certain tracts of vast extent, and the sea-bird is seldom observed flying over such lonely wastes. The contrasts between the limits of organic life in Arctic and Antarctic zones is very remarkable and significant.
Hello, Nathan.
Vegetables
What's up,
and
man?
land animals are found at nearly 80 degrees in the north, while from the parallel of 58 degrees in the south, the lichen and such-like plants only clothe the rocks, and seabirds and the cetaceous tribes alone are seen upon the desolate beaches. In the Arctic there are 4 clearly distinguished seasons, warm summers, and an abundance of plant and animal life, none of which can be said of the Antarctic. The Eskimo live as far north as the 79th parallel, whereas in the south no native man is found higher than the 56th. Admiral Ferdinand von Wrangel, the 19th century Russian Arctic explorer, wrote how in the north countless herds of reindeer, elks, black bears, foxes, sable, and gray squirrels fill the upland forests. Stone foxes and wolves roam over the low ground. Enormous flights of swans, geese, and ducks arrive in spring, and seek deserts where they may molt and build their nests in safety. Eagles, gulls, and owls pursue their prey along the sea coast. Ptarmigan run in troops among the bushes. Little snipes are busy among the brooks and in the morasses. The social crows seek the neighborhood of man's habitations, and when the sun shines in spring, one may sometimes even hear the cheerful note of the finch, and in autumn that of the thrush. W.N.R. Chambers, in Arctic Explorations, wrote, "Beyond the 70th degree of southern latitude, not a tree meets the eye. Wearied with the white waste of snow, forests, woods, even shrubs have disappeared, and given place to a few lichens and creeping woody plants, which scantily clothe the indurated soil. Still, in the farthest north, nature claims her birthright of beauty, and in the brief and rapid summer she brings forth numerous flowers and grasses to bloom for a few days, to be again blasted by the swiftly recurring winter. The rapid fervor of an Arctic summer had already, June 1st, converted the snowy waste into luxuriant pasture ground, rich in flowers and grass, with almost the same lively appearance as that of an English meadow." In New Zealand, situated at 42 degrees southern latitude, on the winter solstice the sun rises at 4:31 a.m. and sets at 7:29 p.m., making the longest day of the year 14 hours and 58 minutes. On the summer solstice, the New Zealand sun rises at 7:29 a.m. and sets at 4:31 p.m., making the shortest day 9 hours and 2 minutes long. Meanwhile, in England, a full 10 degrees farther north of the equator than New Zealand lies south, the longest day is 16 hours and 34 minutes, the shortest day 7 hours and 45 minutes. Therefore, the longest day in New Zealand is 1 hour and 36 minutes shorter than the longest day in England, and the shortest day in New Zealand is 1 hour and 17 minutes longer than the shortest day in England. William Swainson, an Englishman who emigrated and became Attorney General of New Zealand in the mid-19th century, lived in both countries for decades and wrote of their differences, stating, "The range of temperature is limited, there being no excess of either heat or cold. Compared with the climate of England, the summer of New Zealand is but very little warmer, though considerably longer. Even in summer, people here have no notion of going without fires in the evening. But then, though the days are very warm and sunny, the nights are always cold. For 7 months last summer, we had not one day that the sun did not shine as brilliantly as it does in England in the finest day in June, and though it has more power here, the heat is not nearly so oppressive.
Are you muted? What's going on?
Oh, you couldn't hear me. You couldn't hear me. Wow. All right, I'll go back then. I'll go back. So, we got some new merch. We have a new True Kings hat that we're selling in the t-shirt shop. Singe, you like the logo? He's the one who made the logo. So, we're going to make more merch, but I need it bigger, Singe. I need it bigger. Then we have the retro sun design that we redid, which is this one. And we had, like I was saying, we made one for Angela, different colors, light colors, women's colors, because she asked. Okay. But then we have the reason why I brought this up is because of the Cantarctica design. Let's see. Here we go. Cantarctica. So we have Cantarctica fleeces, Cantarctica hats, Cantarctica stickers. Singeman made a Cantarctica design. Cantarctica pants, dude. We have Cantarctica everything. Alright, view all. Let's see. Look. Hoodies. Cantarctica. And on the back, let's see what's on the back. Hold on. Let's see what's on the back. Where's it at? Back. Antarctic Treaty on the back. It has the Antarctic Treaty on the back. Anyway, you can order Cantarctica designs from our store and whatever. It's all there. All right? I'll put the link in there, and then we'll move on. That's it. Support us. Oh, yeah. Here's the deal. Singeman needs his phone bill paid. His phone is disconnected. All right? Cell phone bill. All right? If you guys want to donate to us, donate. We'll split the money, me and Singe. So, Singe, you're blocked. You're blocked. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo.
Okay.
Also, you can support the channel through
Could
YouTube.
use some gas more than that, but whatever.
Exactly. Whatever, dude. We need gas money. I need to pay some bills, too. So we have...
Everybody...
No, the StreamYard bill. The StreamYard bill wasn't paid this month. That's why we don't have the moving background. That's why it's black, and we don't have our logo for Late Night Live with the moon smoking a joint up in the corner. And we're only streaming to one channel because we didn't pay the bill. So we do need support. But
That's
also you can support the channel through YouTube. You don't have to. You can donate to Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all that. But through YouTube, you can donate a couple bucks. There's super stickers. There's super chats. You can join the channel. Join the channel. It's like $3 a month. You get access to everything. You get the key to the city. Also, you join the channel, we'll make you special merchandise. Whatever you want. Singeman will design it.
That's true. I can draw anything.
Yeah. So, moving along. I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but we do need the support. Let's go. All right. Boom. Finish this.
But then there is not the twilight which you get in England. Here it is light till about 8 o'clock. Then in a few minutes it becomes too dark to see anything, and the change comes over in almost no time. The seasons are the reverse of those in England.
What do you got?
Spring commences in September.
Okay, I was amazed.
You might as well show. Oh, the one that you got, because then we'll get into what's beyond Antarctica.
People.
Let's do this, Singe. Let's play the last 3 minutes of this video in case anybody was watching. They want to finish this.
Right.
Then we'll play a song, and then we'll come back and do that.
And then you can play something else. And then I can.
We'll play the Antarctic, the rest of what's beyond the wall. Yeah.
September, summer in December, autumn in April, and winter in June. The days are an hour shorter at each end of the day in summer, and an hour longer in the winter than in England.
See how it works?
In the flat Earth model of the cosmos, these Arctic and Antarctic phenomena are easily accounted for and exactly what would be expected. If the sun circles over and around the Earth every 24 hours, steadily traveling from tropic to tropic every 6 months, it follows that the northern, central region would annually receive far more heat and sunlight than the southern circumferential region. Since the sun must sweep over the larger southern region in the same 24 hours it has to pass over the smaller northern region, its passage must necessarily be proportionally faster as well.
Thumbs up, 36
this is
thumbs
why
up.
the Antarctic morning dawn and evening twilight are very...
Post, share, like, subscribe. Put it in your community section. Put it on your Twitter. Put it in your Facebook. Put it anywhere that you can think of that you can possibly put this.
Abrupt, whereas in
Where
extreme
people will say
north,
it.
twilight continues for hours after sunset, and many midsummer nights the sun does not set at all. Dr. Samuel Robotham said, "If the sun is fixed and the earth revolves underneath it, the same phenomena would exist at the same distance on each side of the equator. But such is not the case. What can operate to cause the twilight in New Zealand to be so much more sudden, or the nights so much colder than in England? The southern hemisphere cannot revolve more rapidly than the northern. The latitudes are about the same, and the distance round a globe would be the same at 50 degrees south as at 50 degrees north, and as the whole would revolve once in 24 hours, the surface at the two places would pass underneath the sun with the same velocity, and the light would approach in the morning and recede in the evening in exactly the same manner. Yet the very contrary is the fact. The constant sunlight of the north develops, with the utmost rapidity, numerous forms of vegetable life, and furnishes subsistence for millions of living creatures. But in the south, where the sunlight never dwells, or lingers about a central region, but rapidly sweeps over sea and land, to complete in 24 hours the great circle of the southern circumference, it has not time to excite and stimulate the surface, and therefore, even in comparatively low southern latitudes, everything wears an aspect of desolation. These differences in the north and south could not exist if the earth were a globe, turning upon axes underneath a non-moving sun. The two hemispheres would at the same latitudes have the same degree of light and heat, and the same general phenomena, both in kind and degree. The peculiarities which are found in the south as compared with the north are only such as could exist upon a stationary plane, having a northern center, concentric with which is the path of the moving sun." And William Carpenter wrote, "Every year the sun is as long south of the equator as he is north, and if the earth were not stretched out as it is, in fact, but turned under, as the Newtonian theory suggests, it would certainly get as intensive a share of the sun's rays south as north, but the southern region being, in consequence of the fact stated, far more extensive than the region north, the sun, having to complete his journey round every 24 hours, travels quicker as he goes further south, from September to December, and his influence has less time in which to accumulate at any given point. Since, then, the facts could not be as they are if the earth were a globe, it is a proof that the earth is not a globe."
Love it. All right. So, Singe, you got the video? You ready to share? All right, we're gonna play. Oh yeah, we're gonna play a song. We're gonna play a song. Yep. And then he's gonna come back and share. So, okay, that was the plan. Sticking to the plan. Don't try to change the plan all of a sudden.
You're as a kid in school. You trust and believe them, but they got you fooled. The guys who walk in space are in a swimming pool. In Photoshop, it's always massive tool. No, 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 no. It's not a fucking globe. No, 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 no. It's not a fucking globe. 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 No, no, no. It's not a fucking globe. It's not a fucking globe. It's not a fucking globe. No, no.
Space, the boundary of human achievement, the new frontier.
It's just a cough. Yeah, right. And the Earth is flat.
We got a donation. We got a $20 donation, Singe. Thank you. Thanks for the support. We really appreciate it. I think Brian Ebersol, that's GT 1982, right? Is that who that was? I think so. I might be wrong though. Let me know who it is. But anyway, thank you.
What happened?
We got a $20
Oh, really?
donation.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's beautiful.
From Brian Ebersol. But I think that's GT. Maybe. It might be. It might not be. Anyway,
And
God bless you.
GT
It is, right?
lives like 2 or 3 hours from me.
It is him. It is
I
him.
still haven't visited him.
Thank you. God bless you, bro. God bless you.
Maybe
Really
next year
appreciate
I'll hook up with you.
The support.
Because
We
my
need
car
it.
will be running really good next year. I'll be able to run around.
All right.
If
moving
the world
on.
still exists. If we live that long.
Most
Hey, I like that
people,
guy.
Most people think the Earth is flat. This is a heat map of my app, the Flat Earth Clock app, and these are just the people. These are just the people that have my app, which is less than 1% of flat earthers.
That's scary. That's like the Megan's Law website with the. I don't like to see that many people. There's that many people that are on your app.
This is the UK.
Wow,
Right?
that's
and so
impressive.
they're everywhere. There's over 180,000, 185,000 now that are on the app. And that's way less than 1% of the flat earthers out there. Because once you discover this, once you take the time to see the truth, several things will happen. One, you'll never forget it. Two, you'll wonder how you ever believed in the ball. I was a
Grab me a
diehard
hot dog over there.
globalist, right? Everything globe. And we'll get
You
more
look like
into
you're at the truck, bro.
why the
Give me
lie,
a
but
hot
it's
dog.
about controlling you. Like if you don't know that there's more resources, if you don't know that there's more land, if you don't know that you're at the center of creation, you don't know who you are, you can easily be controlled by the government. Govern, control, ment is the mind.
Right.
Right?
So
Gouverneur mentis.
the teaching of
yeah,
the Earth
Dave.
is round. I watched a little bit on you. You're saying that's a relatively new
So in
teaching.
20
Like 100 years ago, apparently.
Well,
everybody. You said back in the days they used to teach everybody believed flat Earth, like to the 1800s, early 1900s.
Yeah.
So Christopher Columbus, didn't he prove that it was round?
by sailing over the ocean and everything.
Well, by looking at an orange and seeing. That's what we were taught.
These are stories told to us by the victors, right? The controllers. So these are just stories. I never met Christopher Columbus. I don't even know if he existed. And a lot of these characters from our past, like Eratosthenes, 2,000 years ago in Greece, he did a sticks and shadows experiment, and they pushed that through everybody. Carl Sagan pushed it in the Cosmos series, and it's in school books. And that is like one of the top proofs that kids are taught that the Earth is a globe with the sticks and shadows experiment. And they say it can only happen on a globe, but it actually, in the flat Earth model, it works perfectly. In the flat Earth model, the sun is small and close, right? We don't know what the sun is. It's just in the sky. It's small and close. So get 2 beer bottles on a desk and then hold a light over one of them. There'll be no shadow, and the other one will have a shadow.
Right.
You can use the same math that Eratosthenes did to figure out the sphericity of your table, which is flat.
So just to explain the shadows and rods, if you have a curve of the Earth and you put up dominoes, right, and you shine this, the ones that are on the curve would have a longer shadow. So that's how they prove the Earth is round, because look over here, it's casting a longer shadow because the sun's up there, where like a sundial directly at noon, there's no shadow,
right?
Proving the Earth is round. It
This
looks like
is
this.
Eratosthenes assumed that all sun rays come in parallel from a distant sun, which causes multiple problems because no one has ever seen parallel sun rays. Go out when the sun is out and the clouds are like broken up and look at the rays. They come out crepuscular. They spread out.
Crepuscular rays.
Right? But on a flat Earth with a small local sun, you can get the same results as on a ball. But they don't teach you that in school. They teach you that it's the only answer is a ball.
That makes sense. So just in case, I'm sure you understand, but if our listeners don't, if it's a small sun closer to the Earth, then the angle of the shadow would still work on a flat Earth model. But if it is the big sun that's 9 million times bigger than us, or whatever the math is, that would not work because it would be so massive it would only work.
They
on
say
a curve.
that the sun is so big and it's so far away, 93 million miles, that the rays come in essentially parallel. But no one has ever seen parallel rays. And back at the time of Eratosthenes, they believed in a geocentric Earth, whether flat or globe, I don't care. They believed that the sun went around the Earth. How do you have a 93 million mile away giant sun circling a tiny little Earth?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
So they literally, their stories are crisscrossing. They make absolutely no sense. And people just short circuit. They're like, I just want to get an A on the test. I just want to get that right.
If the sun is large and we are going around it, that math works.
And when
Are we circling the sun?
No, the sun circles us.
What?
This is why I love flat Earth theory. He's so convinced.
The sun circles us.
Yeah. So I'm just this is going super fast.
We don't move.
Do you feel like you're moving? You might, but
no, I never do. And I always wonder that if we're supposed to be spinning at something like 365,000 miles per second, how come nobody's hair is moving?
Inertia.
Well, they say because the air is velcroed to the Earth by gravity, and the air is spinning, and because the Earth is this is the official story. Because the Earth has been spinning so long, the friction of the mountains and the topographical of the surface of the Earth has made all of the air spin with us. But a summer breeze can blow left and right and up and down, right? The sun goes around.
Your YouTube. And not to be a nerd, but
the sun circles us, so the whole solar system is wrong.
If you're a flat
What about
earther,
the other planets?
Well, let's go there in a second.
But
the sun goes around, and wherever the sun is, it's noon.
This is good.
Okay.
And so the sun is a small local light. Now, a lot of globe anti-flat earthers, and even some flat earthers will say the sun's 3,000 miles high and 30 miles wide. That works, but it could be 1,500 miles wide and 15 miles wide, or it could be 7,500 miles high and 7.5 miles wide. Scaling and variance, we don't know. I'm making no claims on what the sun is, where it is, other than it's a local light, which we can prove by its rays. Go out on a moonlit night when there's scattered clouds, and you'll see that the moon is only lighting the clouds that are right next to it.
Mm-hmm.
If it was 250,000 miles away, it should light up all of them. What's the question you just asked? You asked me a question. All the other planets.
Yeah, because we can see stars moving in the sky, and we can track Mars and Jupiter and all that stuff.
Yeah, so
if there's no solar system, there's no planet.
Since we received another donation from John Keeley, another $15 on PayPal. So we got the 20 from 1982 and another 15 from John Keeley. Thank you guys. God bless you. We appreciate the support. It means a lot. It shows that we're doing something right, that you're willing to support us. And it gives us the incentive to want to come on here and do this all the time, or even more than we've been doing. You know, it takes a lot. Me and Sins were working on this stream for days. It was like, what was it like? Did we start working on this like last Friday? I don't know. I don't remember what day it was. It was sometime.
Planets, right? When you look at planets, I want to keep this really simple. There's a thing called the inverse square law. Oh, the math. People freak out. It's very easy. When you have an object and it's a certain size, move it farther or move it twice the distance away and it'll be a quarter of the size.
Right.
Okay? And it's the same with the brightness. If I have something that's 4 lumens.
Also, if anyone wants to support, PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, buy me a coffee, all that.
Here,
thank you for
you can buy merch.
Donated, really thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You could buy merch. You could donate through the channel, through YouTube. You can put up super stickers, super chats. You could join the channel, support us monthly through the channel, through YouTube. There's a million ways. Please.
Because as you see, we need it to teach Ray how to spell.
Double it.
We need to send him to some spelling.
What did I misspell the? Why am I echoing?
Because I am doing it. Hold on a second.
Pull it together.
Yeah, he misspelled the show title.
Oh, I did.
It's 1 lumen. Right. It's a quarter, and it's the same as you get closer.
That's awesome.
When you go out at night and look at I like looking at Jupiter because it's the brightest star.
Right.
You've seen it.
Yeah.
It's brighter than any other star, right? It's as bright as the sun, but it's just very small. So Jupiter, they tell us, is a gassy planet, and it's 4 times farther away from the sun than we are. So if our giant sun was right next to us, it would fill the whole sky, right? Mm-hmm. We move it 93 million miles away, and it's the size of a coin held at arm's length, right? That's how we see the sun. Mm-hmm. If we doubled that distance, it would be like the size of an eraser, like the end of an eraser. And if we doubled it again, so now it's 4 times farther, it would be pretty small. It would be very small. Mm-hmm. So if you were on Jupiter,
I knew it didn't look right.
That sun is literally like a large star at best. And you have to believe that distant sun is lighting up Jupiter. That light is reflecting off of the gassy surface, which isn't very reflective, all the way back to your eye, 400 million miles away, and we see it as bright as the sun. Mm-hmm. You're seeing a light in the sky named after a god. That's all I can say.
Let me ask you this. Because I'm not an astronomer, what would an astronomer say to your claim here? Would he blow it out of the water, or he just change the subject?
Pretty much just change the subject. Look, what about the moons going around Jupiter? There are 4 little lights that do move around Jupiter, and if you pre-assume that it's a globe and that those are other smaller globes going around, you could do that. But this is the famous picture of Jupiter. Yeah. And this one here is a couple years later. They said we saw the northern lights. This is actually from NASA, this one. And look at those northern lights. Does it look stupid?
Yes, it looks like a bad
It's so stupid, right? And if you compare the pictures of the original Jupiter to the one that was taken years later, all the clouds are in the exact same place. There's no difference. And people just believe that. Yeah, no, here's the thing. Yeah, okay. All of our space knowledge, all of the pictures, everything, they all come from NASA. when you look into NASA, if you watch any of my interviews at flatearthdave.com, you'll see I go through the NASA nonsense on the International Space Station, right? They're using green screens and wires, and they flub their lines. They're like, right here in Maine, right next to us. Like, no, you're in space. You're not in Maine. And we catch all of these errors all the time that they keep trying to correct. We catch them and they correct them. Staying out of space for a second. So we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour on a globe. The equator spins at 1,000 miles an hour, right?
I thought it was 20.
It's like just over 24,000 miles around.
Okay.
Spin around once a day,
Gotcha.
1,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
If you're in Alaska, you're making a much smaller circle. So you're only going like 300 miles an hour.
Right.
So that's
Hey, what
weird.
up,
How about a
Bob?
plane taking off in Alaska, landing on the equator in Ecuador on a north-south runway that's moving sideways at 1,000 miles an hour? How does it gain that sideways speed? How does it catch up? Right? Flying on an airplane, if you're flying on an airplane, you are instructed to teach the world to treat the world as flat and stationary.
Mhm.
Because if you don't, you will die.
Right.
They're just like, it's so big, just treat it as it's flat and stationary. Maybe it's just flat and stationary.
Mhm.
All observations prove that it's flat and stationary. All observations prove the globe to be a lie, and all of the globe measurements, the radius of the Earth, the diameter, the distances, they're all assumed. There's no science behind them.
Well, I'd like to point out that it is interesting that NASA was funded and started after Operation Paperclip with Nazis, right?
Yeah.
And so I go,
Who
why
are
would
also the same people that went to Antarctica.
Right. So
Right.
we're going to get to
Right?
the fun stuff.
And they tell us
but
that
that is very telling.
Did you know that most of the moon rocks they find in Antarctica? Moon rocks finding in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Right? And the moon rock that we gave to the Dutch government as a gift, one of the astronauts gave them, they wanted to insure it. So the Dutch government, I think it was Dutch, they went to, they had it inspected and they found out that it's wood, it's petrified wood, and it wasn't really a moon rock. Bizarre.
What does NASA say about that?
They don't say anything about it.
Is that
right? We have observations where we can see mountaintops 700 miles away. And from that observer height, which you calculate in using their globe math, and there's actually 4 formulas to calculate the curve of the Earth. We use the one that gives the globe the benefit of the doubt. That's actually less. And at 700 miles away from that altitude, the tops of those mountains should be over 50 miles below a physical curve. But they all are right there. They're all visible. You know what they say about that? Nothing. They won't. They can't address it. They just pretend it doesn't exist.
Well, are we in outer space?
The way I describe it is we are in the basement of the universe. We are at the center of creation. If you really want to get into it, on my app, the Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, there's a homeschooling section, and there's a section called Schooling Globers, and there's a section there about the toroidal field where we live. You know what a toroid is? It's our heart creates a toroidal field. The Earth creates a toroidal magnetic field where it just kind of circles upon itself. If you see it, you'll know what the shape is.
It's like 2 angel wings, right?
Yeah, and
I've
so
seen
we
that.
live in the plane. It's called the block domain wall in the middle of that toroidal field. I don't have a picture right here, but I'll give you one that you can splice in. And so there's this flat plane. That's where we are on such a big scale. I don't know if our human minds can fully, understand it, but that's where we live. You know
But we're not in space with other planets.
No,
Oh yeah. She was asking what Jupiter was. That's why I want to get back to the chart.
So
I'm here
these are
kicking.
lights in the sky they used to be called wandering stars, right? And if you take a telescope and zoom it in on a planet and then bring it over to a star or the moon, it's still in focus. They're all in focus. You can focus beyond it. You can focus in front of it.
True.
And they're all the same. They all appear to be the same distance. So, people say, "Well, are all astronomers lying? They see these things." I've seen Jupiter. I took 4 years of astronomy in college. I had access to an observatory telescope. We use it all the time. But we're just told that glowing ball with glowing rings is a planet with ice around it that's reflecting light perfectly like a light. Right? When you actually do the math and use actual science and not just use the word science, you ask a glober, "What's your best proof of the globe?" They go physics, science. That's all they have.
Right.
But they're using pseudoscience. They have no actual backup for what it is.
That one documentary I watched, I talked to Eddie about. He was mad at me for bringing it up, but I like to do it. It was
Behind the Curve.
Was that the one where they were going to do the laser test and then it proved that it looked like it proved the Earth was round, and then the guy's like, fuck, and it ended.
So again, you understand that anything that's a big deception, they'll feed you the opposite.
Right.
They'll give you
disinformation.
the opposite. So Netflix did a hit piece on flat Earth. And we had an experiment where we had a canal, which was level. And along the canal, we had 3 pieces of plywood a mile apart with a hole, and all leveled to the level of the pond.
Yes,
and so if we can stick a laser right through all 3 of them,
if the Earth is flat,
that would, because the middle one would have to be higher if the Earth was a globe, right? And before we even got to do it, the lasers, this is like a $40,000 laser with a condenser. It melted. Okay. It literally melted the condenser, so we couldn't use the laser. So we said, well, let's just try it with a light. And we held the light, and the guy said, I can't see the light. And he said, hold it a little higher. And he reached up like this. So what is that, 2 more feet high? He'd have to go up 17 feet higher to, for the curve of the Earth, right? But he held it up, and all of a sudden, it's like, oh, I see it. And Jaron, he goes, interesting, because it was interesting.
Yeah.
And that's where they cut it. Before the cut, right after the cut, he brings it down, and he goes, oh, I see it again now. So he did see it at that height. The problem was there was a tree with branches, the wind was blowing, all this stuff was happening, but they edited it just to make it look like he proved the Earth was flat. And why is it that flat earthers are the only ones that have ever proven the Earth is a globe? With a silly experiment that was cut off in a hit piece.
No, it's
you don't even get the real information from the experiment.
Did you guys ever end up doing the experiment with the laser? Because I know
not again, because there's a lot of logistics and costs and everything. And then the other thing, I'll just bring it up since you brought up that film. They had a ring laser gyro, a very expensive gyro that is set to detect if the Earth is rotating. Right? If the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour, which would bring it around, 360 degrees in a day. And it did detect a rotation.
Okay.
Right? And so that was heard, and it was said off camera, but he's like, yeah, we don't want the globe believers to know about that, because they'll go crazy. They use that clip.
Gotcha.
But what they didn't figure out is, what is that 15 degrees measuring? Is it the Earth rotation, or is it the rotation of the sky, the ether that we are in? And so they did a second experiment where they, at the same latitude, they went up 10,000 feet on a mountain and did the same measurement. Now, if the Earth was a globe, it would be the exact same rotational angular speed, and it wasn't. It was different, which absolutely proves it's not the Earth spinning. But that didn't make the movie.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, thank you for answering that question. So let's get...
What is spinning?
What is what?
What is spinning?
What is spinning? So all of the stars above us are spinning.
Yeah.
There's some sort of enclosure over us. We'll call it a dome. I don't know if it terminates right outside of Antarctica or if it goes a million miles farther. I don't know.
Right.
Because we're not allowed to explore there. But think about this. So there's a thing called the 3-body problem. Right? There's a show on Netflix about the 3-body problem. And you get a supercomputer, you say, I got a sun, it's this big, it's got this much gravity, I got a planet, and I'm putting it in orbit, and that computer will figure out what it's going to do for the next 50 years, 100 years, whatever you need. Add one more object into that, either another planet or a moon, and the entire thing goes haywire, and no computer can figure out what it's going to do next. That's just with 3 bodies. Think about our solar system. Think about our galaxy, right? They tell us that 85%, somewhere around there, of the stars in our 100 billion star galaxy are binary, which means they're orbiting around each other while they're orbiting the galaxy. So let's just think of a beehive that you just threw a rock into, all right? So all of this is going on. The Earth is corkscrewing through space, right? We're corkscrewing through space.
Hey, Mario, what's up?
We're corkscrewing through space at...
New avatar.
We're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour. This is the heliocentric model I'm showing you here. So there's the sun, and those are all the planets chasing the sun, spinning. The moons are orbiting them. Everything stays in perfect alignment, perfectly calculable, never ever changes.
Right.
Right? And all the stars are doing their own thing, but never once in your entire life have 2 stars ever changed position due to parallax. Never once have two stars crossed each other. That is impossible, right? See, here's the thing that they'll tell you. Well, they'll say, well, the stars are so far away that even though we're moving 4.5 billion miles a year, century after century, it's still not enough to make any parallax, right? They'll say that, but then they say they know the distance of the stars based on 6 months of being on one side of the sun, 93 million miles over here, and then 93 million miles over here on the other side of the sun. And they say that distance they can tell parallax. So they want their cake, they need it too.
Right.
Right. So there's parallax when they need it. There's no parallax when we prove it. That doesn't. The Great Pyramid of Giza has a shaft that points right towards Polaris, our North Pole.
Right.
But they say, well, the Earth is wobbling, and so it shouldn't be pointing towards Polaris. Like, well, when it was built, it was pointing towards Thuban, a different star, which just happened to be at our northern axis. So how do you well, you can just say no it's not, and they can say yes it is, and you can argue until the cows come home. Do you know about the Georgia Guidestones?
Yeah.
Yes.
So besides them having the New World Order, tablets on them, they were a clock. There was a hole in the middle one, and you look through that little hole.
Singe, you there? Now's the time.
I told you.
Now's the time to bring up your Guidestone video. Where is it? Because he just mentioned the Georgia Guidestones. It just
okay. Yeah, let's watch it and then we'll come back to him.
Yeah.
He's a great guy.
Yeah,
it's just like that when you meet him. And
do you ever have one of those days? One of those days when you just don't even want to get out of bed that day, so you just lay in bed. One of those days where you just don't even want to wake up. You don't want to get up. You don't want to do a damn thing. Sometimes I just want to close my eyes and fade away. I wish I was a kid again. Sometimes I talk with the old Ray that died away. I just want to live again. Sometimes I just lay in bed all day and sleep my life away. I hope God is listening. Sometimes I just turn everything off and isolate. I just ain't fitting in. I wish there was a way to test if the sun were 93 million miles away. Just ain't believing it. Oh, I wanna go back to sleep again and close my eyes, and close my eyes.
I'll give a damn about your programming, man. You don't know me from a ham sandwich. 9/11, yeah, we know the man planned it. I studied Earth, and the Earth ain't a damn planet. Austin, tough to do a dab with no dab stick. But yabba dabba do, Ray, your rhymes are mad sick. My lighter ran out, hand me the matchstick. And you'll never ever see a rock float like mad rhymes of venom. Attack 'em with the pen and end. There's no pretending. You my friend till the end. Truth is, you wanna know what the truth brings? Me, these raps in accordance with my mood swings. So stay stuck in the past, cause I'm moving on to new things.
Sometimes I just wanna close my eyes and fade away. I wish I was a kid again. Sometimes I talk with the old Ray that died away. I just wanna live again. Sometimes I lay in bed all day and sleep my life away. I hope God is listening. Sometimes I just turn everything off and isolate. I just ain't fitting in. I wish there were a way to test if the sun were 93 million miles away. Just ain't believing it. Oh, I wanna go back to sleep again and close my eyes, and close my eyes. All right, you got it ready yet? So there it is. Boom, Georgia Guidestones. This is the one that wouldn't let me. This is the one that wouldn't let me play. Let's see. Let's see why.
Why isn't it big screen? What's going on?
It's gotta be there. It's gotta be there. I don't know. This one was different for me. It was like it doesn't look like how it normally looks.
I just had it.
It's gotta. Is it up in the corner?
Damn it.
Is it up your
Just
ass
had
to
it.
the left?
And then I changed. Oh, hold on. Fix it really quick here.
100%.
Un momento. I just opened another program. Hold on a second. Clicking all the wrong things. I would open Audacity.
Oh my god.
Okay. Hold on a second. Stop screen. Go back to here. Oh, wow, that hurt all of a sudden.
Well, at least you try.
My muscle is tweaked. Okay, here we go. Let's click on the link here. Go back. Starts a song right in the middle of it. Oh, okay, 5 minutes. Who does that? Just start a song. Now.
You gotta keep it moving.
Okay, I got it.
Can't stay stagnant in the game.
Hey, yes. You have attention deficit order. Everything has to be in a certain order, so it's not a disorder. Okay,
Give me a taco. Yeah, go ahead.
Georgia Guidestones. Boom. Oh, wait. Before I start this, people were talking about Georgia Guidestones. I was like, oh, interesting. I'd always thought something like, I don't know, 3 feet high, 2 feet wide, something small you would walk around, like a table. So it was small. I had no idea. And then when they said they blew it up, I was like, oh, interesting. They must have used some, like a small something to blow it up. Wait, dude. This thing is huge. They must have used a very big detonation to blow it up. What? I've never seen it before. I never went to take time to look at it. I think you guys would be amazed if you haven't seen it. Yeah. Dang it. There it is.
I mean,
got it.
Oh, here it goes.
Wait, now what happened? It went small again when I shared.
Really? Nancy, send the tech over to Cinches.
If not troubling place in Elbert County, Georgia.
What the heck, dude? When I shared, it would change it to
just
small.
Just play it. Who
Oh, yeah,
cares?
I got it. No, we can't just play it. We got to see it.
All right.
The granite capital of the world, as it calls itself. And we're at the infamous Georgia Guidestones, which, as I assert, have the smell and scent and philosophy of Rockefeller all over them, as my research indicates. At any rate, this is the marker that explains a lot of facts.
I had my audio on my computer, so it was hidden my microphone too. Can you hear it?
Yeah, it sounds like shit.
Well, no, I'm going to turn my microphone off and play it. Now tell me if you can hear it.
The granite capital of the world, as it calls itself. And we're at the infamous Georgia Guidestones, which, as
is that good?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay.
I assert, have the smell and scent and philosophy of Rockefeller all over them, as my research indicates. At any rate, this is the marker that explains a lot of facts about the Georgia Guidestones, sort of an American Stonehenge of globalism. And they were made by a mysterious sounding group called the Guidestones Group, which wished to remain anonymous forever, quote, end quote, according to this informational stone. And the Guidestones' central thing is that they're essentially the 10 commandments of globalism, or one worldism, as it's sometimes called. And my assistant Angie is going to help me come this way, and we're actually seeing the stones right now. And she'll show that despite the sun glare. It's a very sunny day here in latter 2010. And these stones are about 20 feet high and consists of 240,000 pounds of granite. Now, coming this way slowly, they're in several languages, including Spanish right here, and a number of other languages, as we'll explain more momentarily. Coming around to the side that's written in English, this 20-foot mega slab of Georgia granite, shows a number of these 10 commandments. The top, as Angie will try to show, says, maintain humanity under 500 million in perpetual balance with nature. And it has a bunch of other impressive and broad sounding platitudes that are typical of the globalist movement. Statements that are so broad that they can be interpreted many different ways. Of course, the very objectionable thing and troubling thing about the first commandment, notice that it's first, is to maintain humanity at a balance of under 500 million. That would mean getting rid of upwards of 6 billion people in some mysterious way that the mysterious founders of these stones are not telling us, since they like to hide in the shadows and not stand up and be accountable or known for what they do. At any rate, the Earth Charter, drawn up some years ago in conjunction with the United Nations, has Stephen Rockefeller behind it, who is the son of Nelson Rockefeller, one of his sons, and he very strongly pushed the Earth Charter. And if you look up the Earth Charter at earthcharter.org online, you'll see a very close philosophical kinship with the Georgia Guidestones philosophy and the Earth Charter. It's this idea that fewer people on the world makes the world a better place, when Christianity and a number of other outlooks completely contradict that view. The globalists have given us man-made global warming, which is turning out to be a sham. They've given us their so-called global cooling back in the 1970s that turned out not to be true. We were constantly given scare stories, and we're constantly being preached at by the globalists about how there has to be fewer people on the earth, and that we have to always bend to their will for elitist projects and central banking and interventionist wars and onerous environmental regulations, where we have to deindustrialize our nation and live a much more pauperized living and lifestyle. At any rate, now you're looking at the 10 commandments of globalism that are far, far different than the 10 commandments of the Bible. Altogether, the 10 commandments of the Bible being kind of a code of living, this really being more of a code of dying and perishing for the common man. Sure, there are other things: get rid of petty laws and useless officials, and protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. But those are largely empty platitudes, when the very first commandment says to get rid of 9/10 of the world population in some unknown way, as I noted. Now, lastly, we're coming over this way to one other marker here in this remote part of Elbert County, Georgia. And this gives the languages that the stones are written in: Russian, English, Spanish, Swahili, Hindi, Hebrew, Arabic, and Chinese. And it gives a bunch of other facts. It even tells you which way you're standing here. But the bottom line here, ladies and gentlemen, is that this Guidestones group that put this together, that has been remaining in the shadows now since 1980, when this was put up, this American Stonehenge. Now we're in the 30th year of this, and this Guidestones group still refuses to reveal itself who underwrote this precisely. The Elbert Granite Finishing Company did the actual physical work, but the people have a right to know who put together this 10 commandments to genocide, you might call it, and certainly the philosophical kinship with the Earth Charter, as Stephen Rockefeller promoted some years ago as a United Nations related initiative, where all people are supposed to live in harmony, and under the tutelage and under the direction that globalists give us in their one world system.
I have no
Certainly
idea
we
who
can
this
see
guy
that
is,
philosophical
Daniel
kinship,
Becker, what's
and
up?
American Free Press will continue to explore this issue to try and get to the bottom of who precisely the Guidestones group is. At any rate, we recognize the relationship to the Earth Charter, and we certainly sound the alarm here about such a dystopian and downward look at the common man by the one worlders in our 21st century. So we'll see you next time here on AmericanFreePress.net. I'm Mark Anderson with this Across the Nation commentary.
Great job. So real quick, get rid of this. Oh, I can do it. All right. So before we go back to what's beyond.
Did you see that over his shoulder that I pointed out?
I just want to show you something. Yeah, I seen it. The chemtrail.
Tell
me if you've ever seen this before, Singe.
You don't say that word.
When I ask you about skyscrapers,
pay
as
attention.
in massive towers that seemingly touch the clouds, what time period do you think of? You're probably thinking modern times. maybe the last 100 years or so. I'm pretty sure you aren't thinking of the Middle Ages.
Yeah.
Take a look at this drawing.
Yeah. Did you know that? I lost
Daniel,
it.
you
Go
were
ahead.
listening.
This
to
is
him.
a
He's totally
rendition
against it.
of the
He's
town of
listening.
Bologna, Italy, during the Middle Ages, and look at how it's filled with skyscrapers. Just look at all those details. While these massive towers don't compare to today's insane
Bologna,
engineering feats,
Italy. Cinch. Bologna, Italy in the Middle Ages. Okay, what do you think? Do you remember Bologna, Italy having skyscrapers in the Middle Ages?
Oh yes. How do you? That's why
In the Middle Ages.
Yes.
Yeah, Rasta. I was gonna call you, but I've been so busy.
Each one adorned with its own.
I'll get you the link.
Bologna
For Rasta.
deli at the top. No, that's crazy. Told you so.
Yeah, I saw this and I was like, I gotta get it on my show. This is important.
it's still absurdly impressive
They were so
that something
dumb
like
back
this
then.
actually existed over 800 years ago. Between the 12th and 13th century, at least 3 Italian cities were dominated by these massive stone towers, some even reaching 97 meters, or 318 feet. The cities were
Voynich knows about him. Because he's a professor, dude.
Nice.
He's secretly a professor that's running this whole psyop. He's like the leader.
He tortured himself and
he's like
read
the
the Voynich
Godfather.
Florence, Bologna,
tortured
and
himself
San
and
Gimignano.
tried
Yeah, he read the
Decipher it.
Voynich. He actually read the Voynich manuscript, and we're not meant to do that. So, like, he went completely insane from that. Don't listen to a word he says.
As the story goes now, these towers were built by
Truth
rich
lover.
merchants who wanted to
I
display
protest.
their wealth and power within these cities. But the actual reason has been lost to time. Some say they were defensive structures, others claim that they were hideouts during times of conflict. We really don't know. The construction of these massive skyscrapers took between 3 and 10 years to complete, and the total number of towers that existed back then has been debated for years. We have one historian estimating that there were over 180 towers based on real estate records, but the common number that is thrown around is between 80 and 100 towers. By the 13th century, most of these towers were destroyed or collapsed, although there are still many that still stand to this day, and plenty of pictures of them. They're pretty amazing. The remaining towers became repurposed as prisons, residential buildings, or shops. Today, fewer than 20 of these towers still remain, at least in Bologna, Italy. But here's the weird thing. This isn't the first time that Bologna, Italy has had a Mandela effect. In fact, this is the second major one to come from that town.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting, right? Here's that effect. The date is August 2nd, 1980. Today is the date of the Bologna massacre. On this dreadful morning, a time bomb placed inside of an unattended suitcase.
Whoa. I don't know nothing about that. Okay. Move on.
And it points right towards Polaris. We went there, we verified it, we've done time lapses. It's right there, right? It was built in 1981. And if the Earth is wobbling like they tell us, it's moving 1 degree every 76 years.
Mm-hmm.
So it was up for over 40 years. That would be a half of a degree. The full moon in the sky, 3 of them side by side is 1 degree. So a half a degree is a moon and a half. So Polaris should no longer be lined up with that because it's already moved over a half a degree. But it was still there right in the center. So we started making videos about it. We started talking about it. It started going viral. All of a sudden, boom, a terrorist blew it up. 3 hours later, the bulldozers were there. The entire thing was taken away. No investigation was ever done.
Interesting.
What do you think that means?
Yeah, let's
Because
get the
that
fun
was
stuff
an
now.
absolute proof that we're not wobbling. And if we're not wobbling, we're not spinning, we're not in a heliocentric world. This is the most important lie over everything. You know, the things that you don't like to talk about that the government and the music industry and the entertainment does to small people and and all of the other stuff, all, you know, the health freedom, you know, topic, everything, all the nonsense in politics. The way they get away with this is they have the world believing that they're spinning out of control, flying through an infinite, godless, or distant God universe, that they have no power, that we have no resources, we're overpopulated. They're lying about the population.
I know that.
They're lying about resources.
Mm-hmm.
You know, on my YouTube channel, DITRH, it stands for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. You can find everything at flatearthdave.com. I have a video that shows we were looking at a ship tracking site and we saw a ship 900 miles inside of the shoreline of Antarctica, a giant ship, 850 meters long. And we looked at where the ship was belonged to, and it came from
Rasta.
the nation of
Oh.
Kiribati. K-A.
Hey, my Rasta man, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm just making some pillows. Got a
Oh,
big
nice.
pillow. Hand stitch in the pocket right now.
Making some pillows.
Yeah, I gotta get them ready. I got 2 more I gotta finish tonight, so I'll be ready for the Oregon Reggae Fest tomorrow.
Whoa, tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Friday? Thursday?
Tomorrow's Friday. I'm going early in the morning to get down to outside of Eugene, Oregon. It's going to be a big festival with Anthony B and Turbulence and Perfect Gitamani, and it's sponsored by this.
Because I know who all those people are.
It's sponsored by like this cannabis company, the Doghouse Cannabis. So
yeah.
There's
no, I don't know it. No.
It's a reggae fest, with lots
nice. It sounds really good.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
It should.
I've been promoting it with my DJ thing, so they gave me a free booth there, and so I get me and a few of my homies in for free.
Nice.
And but I'm trying to get a few pillows busted out because I've been so busy. With life, I haven't had time to make pillows. I should have been more adamant about doing it in the evening time like this, but a lot of times I get so freaking tired.
We've been busy with life, and we've been busy banging out the True Kings, the tracks, dude. We have me and Rasta have 7 more tracks at least in the working right now that are being engineered and put together in the back. You guys have no idea what's in store. Me and Rasta have been writing so many songs, just working day and night endlessly.
Oh yeah.
This album is gonna be the best album of the summer, but not only the summer, of the year.
Yeah. Here soon we're gonna be coming out with a new track every other day, and we're gonna be dropping.
Actually, this is we're gonna get back to Roseanne, but I just want to talk to Rasta for a second. So, for the most part, and we're just gonna be banging out the tracks. But this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna drop my 16 tracks. I'm gonna drop my 16 tracks on my album. We're gonna drop the True Kings album. We'll make music videos. We'll do a tour, all that. And then afterwards, I'm going to put down the mic once and for all and retire as the best rapper to ever grace this community. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Rasta Bear. I should turn you on to these.
You're welcome.
What up, Singe? I'm going to be down in your neck of the woods next week.
All right. Nice. Where?
Down at Reggae on the River in Humboldt County.
Wow.
Right there in what is it? Percy, is it Percy?
Take me to the river.
Somewhere right around there.
I want to kind of watch a little bit more of this interview because everybody's watching.
Yeah, let's watch it.
There's a ton of people here. They love it.
I watched that Roseanne when it dropped.
Right. I'm not pronouncing it right, but it's spelled that way.
It's good.
And you zoom in on it, it's a tiny little island in the middle of the South Pacific. Tiny.
Oh, you spit rhymes in
America.
You do?
And China.
Nice.
They both gave them $10 billion in the last few years. They say it's a very important trade route. Why would a giant ship need to stop at a tiny sandbar in the middle of the Pacific to be an important trade route? Well,
refuel.
I wonder if Earth drops bars.
The information was very, very sketchy on that. But if you actually look at the flat Earth map, there was a map that was discovered in a Buddhist temple. It was published in a Hawaiian magazine in 2010. No,
I got
1910.
a T-shirt with that map
and
on
it shows all of these other continents.
Yeah, this one
outside of where we live.
Yeah, I've got a T-shirt.
So people that Christians. Let's go with this. So Christians would say, this is absurd. Christian flat earthers. This is anti-Christ. Anything that goes against the biblical cosmology is against anti-Bible. Anything that's anti-Bible is anti-God, anti-Christ. No. So
well, I think that that's quite ignorant because like. Me like hanging around a bunch of Christians a lot of times, they end up pissing me off in so many ways because like they're so just freaking close-minded, and like a lot of them are like unfortunately low IQ.
But most of them are
because
good people,
they don't digest the fact that there's so much more. They take the 66 books in the Bible as God's word, and that's all that we get is 66 books in the Bible, and they're like, oh, nothing outside of that. Well, it's like, what happened to Christ? What happened to Christ?
Rasta, 66 books. I'll hit you with 66 hooks. And then you're gonna be 56 shook.
Yeah, make me have to look. Christ was 33. What you doing to me? But what happened from the time when he was 12? From the time when he was 12 to when he turned 33, there's the Dalai Lama has documentation of him visiting Tibet and studying with Buddhist monks. And so for Christians to not acknowledge that Christ was a Buddha in every sense of the matter, like Christ was the ultimate, all the Buddha is a divine seeker of the light and someone who bears the light.
Well, when he was a teenager, though, he would drive the priests crazy because he would change their wine into chocolate milk and change the little fishes into little sweetmeats.
Can I just explain this map a little bit? So what's going on here? This is called
Jesus,
Infinite Plane.
Teenage years. Now I'm done speaking.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Singe.
Messing with you, dude. I'm just messing with you.
The Infinite Plane map. So there's islands and islands and islands and lands beyond. So this one in the middle is the flat Earth map. The round thing on the end is the ice wall, and then all beyond it is all these other lands that looks like this place could just go on forever. What if it does? What if yeah.
It really could, and like we could just be like one petri dish of many petri dishes, because they've studied our DNA structure, humans' DNA structure, and see that we've been modified,
like a bubble wrap, right?
Right, and so what if our little section has like a cup over it, and then these other sections also have cups over them, and they're like petri dishes, and they've been modified a little bit differently. So there's different types of human species, in each one of them, or
in each bubble.
Well, I swear those UFOs came through the stars. So
because what I believe that the firmament is not like some type of glass dome that you can't get through. It's a semi-permeable membrane, and so therefore certain things, especially if there's certain makeups, or different, even different. They just operate on
a different reality and different frequency.
Yeah, a different frequency, or even a different vibration or whatever. I actually worked for this dude today. He worked on the B-52 nuclear missiles or whatever. It was fascinating talking to him because they looked like a jet airplane, but they were a freaking missile that they used back in like the 60s and 70s. And he pulled out this tip. He had like this tip thing that held the missile in place. And it was actually a tuning. When we banged on it, it had like the harmony of a tuning fork. And it was just fascinating because it even had like part number like 333 on it.
Yeah. This map was made 10 centuries ago too, by the way. This is the world map 10 centuries ago. So what did they know then? They knew that there was more land, and then they're hiding all this land from us.
And how did they make maps? Without, how did they know what the Earth looked like? Did they just guess? And they were good at guessing? I don't get it.
From above, you mean? Like, how would they know how the shapes of the land are?
Yeah, exactly. And even like our ancient maps, like how did they know? Like
if they didn't have planes, if they didn't have planes or even airships by then,
Exactly.
then,
How does one make a map? How do you even make a map of your damn town without an aerial view? Like, no one's that good at
How do we
walking
even
around.
know that any of the landmass shapes that they show us are even real? They're what they really look like.
Quarter circle would be the shoreline of Antarctica.
Well, we have Google
so imagine
Maps.
we got this piece of paper and we took a ball and we wrapped it around it. All of those continents are going to get squished to the bottom. They're calling that Antarctica. We're not allowed to explore Antarctica virtually or physically.
Right.
Right? You can go a tour, a guided tour, just to the shoreline, maybe 100 miles inland, but that's it. Right? You're not allowed to go anywhere. So maybe these ships are going out to these outer lands and that's a big ship. They're not just fishing, right? Maybe they're trading tuna fish, weapons, microchips, children. I don't know. But, you've never heard about it until today. And then when you look, I have some videos on my website on the app in the frequently asked questions section. Click the Antarctica button, and there's a whole bunch of videos there that YouTube will never let you see searching on your own. But here's the thing, Dave, where do you get your information from? YouTube, right? Mm-hmm. We get our information from life. YouTube is like life. It's a hosting platform that holds a lot of nonsense and a lot of truth and a lot of less truth now than it used to. Yeah. But you have to sort it out. You have God-given common sense. Right? But we take that from a kid. You put a kid here on Earth and he's sensing the world. Hey, it's not moving. That pond is not moving. Everything is stationary. The stars are moving above me. The sun is moving across the sky. And then you go to school. No, you're spinning faster than the speed of sound. Like when you watch the sunset, it's pretty peaceful. But on the globe, you have to believe that you're falling over backwards faster than the speed of sound. And the sun is staying still in the sky.
Mm-hmm. Now, my question is, though...
Well, let's get into the fun stuff because you've done a great job explaining.
Well, do you believe the Nazis went up there to Antarctica? And how come John Kerry and everybody who gets elected, the first thing they do is go to...
Rasta. Go ahead. Go speak.
Okay, my question is, could Dearth go to Antarctica right now if he wanted to? Like, if he not only has a boat, but he has the money to do so. Like, he's one of the only people in the community who, like, he could go there right now and observe the sun. Like, that's the thing that was jumped on Sovereign's debate where he was talking about it, and all these people in the flat Earth community are talking about going to Antarctica. And it's just confusing me while we're just talking about it. I don't think anyone's ever going to really go to Antarctica.
Nor will they wear a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber. Boom.
Exactly. Like it's
that, and I'll go to Antarctica. Yeah.
It's something that I've just heard so many people talk about it, and it's like I don't think it's ever going to happen that anyone's ever going to even go there or even get close to getting to Antarctica. I mean, I may be wrong, but until I see it, until I see the proof in the pudding,
they got those people, the final experiment, trolling everybody's. That's why I was like, might as well bring this up. It's kind of relevant to what's been going on. I don't even know if that's still going on, but
Antarctica all the time.
So they go to
yeah. Go ahead.
It is. It's still going on. I think.
Still is, right? Yeah.
I mean, they're talking about it.
Yeah.
But we shall see.
Yeah, we shall see what ends up with that.
We shall see.
The people from Final Experiment tell me you weren't invited. I didn't ask to go. Like I wouldn't be able to go.
Antarctica, they call it the South Pole Station.
But I would go if I could go. I would go if I could go. I should go.
I think what we could do as a community is like we could all throw in money and charter a cruise ship. And instead of like having a flat Earth festival one year, that could be the flat Earth festivals. We they do like a jam cruise where they get all the jam bands, and they even have like a reggae cruise now where like the Marleys charter a ship from Florida to Jamaica. And they're all in there listening to reggae music the whole time and jamming out and going to Jamaica. It's like, well, why can't the flat Earth community throw in the funds to charter a cruise ship that's one of those icebreaker ships?
Because Rasta, most of us are broke as fuck, dude.
But yeah, I understand that. But some of us like this.
We all got.
Some of us, like the individual here on the screen, could charter the whole thing. I mean, look at the number of blue dots that are on the app, and do the math.
But is he really? You think he's really? You think he's Mr. Moneybags, Uncle Pennybags? You think he's rich?
Huh?
You think he's really rich, or you think it's?
Well, look at the blue dots on the map, and then do the math of how much that is a month.
I don't know how much is it. I mean, if you make money, you still got your bills, you got your car payment, your house, your freaking. I don't have a car, but you know what I mean. For most people, car payment, house, rent, mortgage, whatnot, such and such, so and so, and like, you know, he's probably just surviving, dude. He's probably just scraping by, just like the rest of us.
I don't know. I have a hard time. Believing that.
It's not like most people that are rich. You can Google their name and say, "Hey, what is Dave Weiss's net worth?" And Google will be like, "Dude, he's worth $2 million. He was in this movie and that movie." But I don't think they give you a net worth for him, because I don't think he's worth as much as. I don't think it's that.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, what? Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not defending him. I'm not. Listen, I'm not a blue dot on the app.
And I'm not trying to say that, you know, that he should provide us with funding to go to Antarctica either. But, you know, I'm just.
I mean, is it cheap? Singeman's been working on the red pear app for a while now, right? Like, so is it expensive to Singeman? Is it expensive to make an app?
The initial part of making an app is expensive, but then I don't think it's expensive once you achieve that. It's a matter of, that's why everybody's goal is to make an app, because you know, then it's a wonderful source of residual income.
Great Scott says, "Get it cool. There's nothing." He's a biblical cosmologist. Get it cool. There's nothing beyond the dome. There's biblical cosmology all the way.
But see, I don't know. Have you been beyond the dome? Because I do believe that there is something beyond the dome. I mean, why would there not be? You know, I believe in infinity of existence. You know, like I don't believe that, you know, there is a limit to the creator or the creation that we are in. At the same time, you know, I believe that it could replicate, or, you know, do whatever it wants. You know, like, because, I mean, beyond being inside of a dome, I feel like we're inside of a simulation that, you know, is constantly, you know, shifting and changing. I mean, you got the Mandela effect and, you know, all these things that just would only work in a simulation.
Yeah.
And so therefore, yeah, I think that it could be an infinite set of possibilities. You know, it could be like a multiverse, like Rick and Morty style, you know, where you have the portal gun and, you know, like they have these, you know, these possible stargates. That's why, you know, like when Elon Musk, he talks about Mars, I believe that Mars is a legitimate place. Is it what they say it is? Per se, no, but I believe that it can be inhabited, and that, you know, that humans will eventually go to Mars. Are they going to get there on his stupid little rocket ship? I don't think so. But at the same time, I think that humans will, if they're not already on Mars.
Let's just watch a little bit more of this. Go ahead.
I believe that space is fake, though, or that there's nothing there. I think that you just cut yourself off to possibilities. Just because we can't prove it and what they teach us is nonsense doesn't mean that the whole concept, you don't just throw the baby out with the bathwater just because, you know, I think a lot of times they give us this disinformation so that, you know, the flat earthers, just like, you know, there's a flat earther Illuminati card on the Illuminati card game, because they, you know, they see our entire movement as a joke, as a card that they just play to distract us from there's a whole deck of cards. There's not just the flat earth card.
You want to see it? You ready?
Yeah, the Illuminati card game.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You wanna go
Yeah,
over it? You wanna go over it?
Yeah, I
You gonna
love
go over
looking
it?
into that.
Do you understand it?
I do. They've played it.
So you're an Illuminati card gameologist?
Yeah, we could say that.
You could say that. Okay.
We can say that.
All
Yeah,
right,
why not?
Let's do it then. So what is the Illuminati card game?
Well, it's a game that was released, I believe, in like 1994.
The Pentagon can lose track of trillions.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
And it's a deck that, 1994, 1995. See, that proves that I'm an expert at it because I didn't just make that number up. I've researched this.
So this is a deck of cards. So what is it? A game that people play with a deck of cards?
Yeah, it's a game you can,
like Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, like people get together and play it. Like some of my friends actually get together and play it. They've invited me to play it, but I just don't have time, and I don't really care to play it because I just like to study the actual cards themselves because I feel like that there's something going on. Same with like the Simpsons episodes, where they're actually sitting, on a higher plane or density, and because I believe that time is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things.
So be careful how you word this because this was a very, very, very good stream, and I want to leave it up. And there's no other copy. But my question is, what does this card mean?
Well, this one obviously looks very similar to that one event that happened, many years after these cards were made. Which I mean, all these are, and like there's so many. There's so many, like 90% of these cards have already transpired.
Mm-hmm. There it goes. It shows you.
And so we'll go through it because there's so many of them.
It's gonna go through it. It is. I don't know. What's
$1 billion in transactions.
To understand how the Pentagon can lose track of trillions.
From my close.
Yeah, you can like.
Let's.
Just go through them because they're.
Here's one. All right, there's a few. Hold on. So, I'm trying to get to where it starts. It's not there. That one's a very touchy one. All right. New federal budget.
Yeah, and that's one thing that they're constantly going with. And look at that flag on there. Is that a Mandela affected flag on that card?
Yeah, the red touches the
It is. I'm always looking at the flag, and that's.
Yep, red under blue.
That one. Yeah, it's right there, and so.
So they're always what the new federal budget? What are they doing with that?
Well, I mean they're always increasing it. Like every year they come out with a new budget, and it's always they never read actually the details of the budget. Like it's always like thousands of pages long.
What's and stay dead?
Well, that could be a multitude of things, but it looks like I don't know about that one. I don't know if I've ever even examined that one fully. I can't read what it says.
I've never seen this one before in my life.
I have a whole bunch right here.
Oh, you have them? Singeman has them in his because he's Illuminati, 100% Illuminati.
Yeah.
Singeman.
I've got the newer version. Hold on, I'll grab it.
I don't have any. You have them too? You both have them?
Let's grab one randomly here. We got Stealing the Plans.
Whoa. So who do you play this game with? Have you ever played the actual game?
I play with the online group every week, and
no. But have you?
Meteor Strike.
Is it an actual game you can play?
Yes.
It works?
I have all the directions and everything.
All right, hold on. Rasta has some too.
Version.
I had the newer ones. I can't find them right now, but I did have them somewhere.
Well, Singeman got them.
Happy Activists.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and see, we've got lots of that here in Portland and all over the place. That even applies to what's going on with Elon Musk right now and his child. He said a lot of things
minority. The moral minority.
Yep, moral minority. That one applies. And a lot of this stuff really didn't apply back when the card game came out. Is what's fascinating. It's stuff that really is. It's like fortune tell. It's like a deck of.
There's more. Yeah.
Bimbo at 11.
Tarot cards.
This one's Bimbo at 11.
Yep.
News.
Bimbo at 11.
And that could be a lot of
urban gang.
Let's see what other ones he's got. What's that one? Urban gangs. There's definitely some of those going on right now.
The liberal agenda.
Ooh.
Wow.
That one's in full force right now. See, and that's why they.
Me too, Daniel. Me too. I want to see if it's an actual game that works or if they're full of shit. And it's
no, it is a game.
Yeah, I have all the directions.
You played it?
Yeah. It's kind of.
You could. I bet there's a video on how to play it.
It's actually simple. What you learn.
I bet you there is a video on everything, but
for instance, it says you may
look Princess Di. Look, there's one about Princess Di because she died.
Yeah, and there's Las Vegas.
Rival.
Las Vegas.
You just lay your card down.
Charismatic leader.
Them to each other.
I'll just let it keep going.
So it's like how can that one just happened? That one they attribute to the ear gate that just happened.
The hand of madness.
I just let it keep going. Good polls.
The good polls.
That looks like Trump.
Yeah, I have a good $400 worth of them. I got to get them in a book. They're all nicely covered up. I got them in a book next. I'll probably get that in a couple months.
Yeah, those things are.
Yeah, I have
there
this
it is, the Trump one, the Trump card.
I have this.
Yep, the Supreme, the Hidden Influence.
Here's an old one.
Wow,
unopened.
Dude, that's exact.
We don't know
Look
what's
at
in
that.
this one.
That looks exactly like him.
Look at that. Remember when that happened?
Yeah, so they predicted all this
20,
shit. These cards were out before any of this shit happened.
And it's like the same with the Simpsons. Like I'm saying, how do they do that if this isn't a simulation?
I could get $50
programming. They say. They say they put it out on purpose so that when you see it in real life, it softens you up to believe it's real. Because you've already seen it and you're familiar with it.
But beyond that, the Book of Revelation is nothing different than this. It's the a lot of people think that that's the word of God as well, but we don't really know much about the Book of Revelation or the author.
This is the imposter card.
Let's see where my scissors go.
So the imposter. Boom. Right.
Foster the imposter.
Now they have the Hillary Clinton one with Bill Clinton, and she's holding a leash, and he puts it next to his card, and the leash goes onto him.
Yep. Wow, libertarians. There's so many of them. Look at that. He has a whole book full.
I know. I would like to get the other half. I think I have a little over half.
Yeah, it's crazy. They got so many.
Volcano is happening.
I bought them when they weren't too expensive. Wow, you got all those?
Yeah, we just had the Yellowstone. Okay. I actually was just talking to Dutch Sense on Twitter.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This one's good.
He was engaging with me talking about the. Do you follow Dutch Sense?
Yeah, he does earthquakes. He does earthquakes. I don't follow him because I don't follow him because he's a Globie, but I know he's usually right. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, see, I think that's that's something that us as especially people in the flat Earth community should
remember when these were made.
Should consider listening to some Globers, even if because that's not all they talk about. Just because they disagree.
Pentagon, yeah.
On what we live on.
But not just the Pentagon. The Pentagon. Look what's happening at the Pentagon. Right?
Well, there's a difference though, Rasta. There's globies who.
Did you get it?
Who don't? Yeah.
Look what's happening at the Pentagon. And remember when they made the card.
Mm-hmm.
And remember what happened at the Pentagon.
There's globies who don't know because they've never been exposed to flat Earth, and then there's globies like that who should know by now.
But even if they should and they do know, does it really matter that much? If they're talking about other stuff that's like kind of,
I guess not, but it's just.
I mean, at this point,
personally, I lose my patience.
All that matters is if we know.
Russia. The corporate master.
Meteor strike. Armageddon. Look, Count
Rosicrucians.
Count Dracula.
Yep, and that's
Druids.
That's the
Feminist.
It just goes on and on. Crazy.
Media Blitz. These are all these cards in the deck. International Weather Organization. That's spraying the skies, dude.
Reorganization, and look at this.
Wow.
Checkerboard floor.
I was listening to a Fish song actually yesterday, and they actually said chemtrails in the Fish song.
Really? We don't say that word on
here. I shouldn't have said that word. I'm sorry. I meant
conspiracy theorists.
Chemtrails.
Right here.
Why can't you say that word?
I'm joking.
You can say
you
it.
Can't,
you can
actually,
say
because the algorithm picks it up, and then they target you for it.
They'll just put a thing at the bottom.
No one's going to.
Certainly. There was one video recently where someone said it once. It wasn't even about actually that, dude. And they gave him a chemtrail wiki. It wasn't even about that. He said it once in the video, once in a 10-minute video, and they gave it to him. I'll find the video for you later.
Oh, look at this. Moral minority is happening in Canada.
It was just a couple weeks ago,
sent to prison for saying shit online.
Yeah, just a couple weeks ago, someone that we all know, I forget who, did a video and said the word once, and they gave him a tag. And I was laughing. I put a comment in this video.
Yeah, it's silly.
I forget who it was. But I was like, what? It wasn't even about that. He wasn't even talking about that. He mentioned it once in the video. He didn't even show the sky or anything in the video. It was like, what? How'd they... The algorithm got it. No person. I'm looking for I had the flat Earth one too. I had them all, most important ones together, but now they're
tidal wave.
There it is. Flat Earthers. And on this flat Earthers ones, it says
Tornado. That movie Twisters just came out. The new one.
On this card, it says, "People laugh." Sorry. It says people laugh, but the flat earthers know something. For their action, you may roll 2 dice. If your roll is okay. The flat earthers' weird alternate geology has led them to a gold strike. The flat earthers' weird alternate geology has led them to a gold strike.
Nice.
Yeah, not only are there pictures, you got to read the words. Oh yeah, see that one? That's a chain around his neck. The next one is her. There you go, Hillary Clinton. I got those right here. I bought these at $100. Now they're worth over $200.
Gun control.
I'd say $400. But I wouldn't sign.
Most of this stuff has come true. So like, if the stuff hasn't come true yet, then it's coming true.
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
That's their playbook. It's their card.
Why are they gonna put out a deck of cards years before they're gonna do all this shit?
Because it
resembles the stuff they're gonna do.
It helps
the actual pictures they put in the newspaper and shit for these events look like the pictures on the cards, but these are more like a cartoon version. And these were out before the shit was even like. Trump, oh my god!
Because he channeled it from the ether when he's making
it. Helps to
the same way I'm making a comic book.
Yes, Daniel.
How did I write this story? I'm like, this story is awesome. How did I write it?
They've predicted the future a lot. What year did these cards come out in? Like 95 or something?
California. 94, 95.
94. 1994 these came out. And they predicted stuff that's happening still today, now. And all throughout the whole time. Yeah. They do predict the future.
He was a smart guy. He knows how the world works. And then I think he also channeled some stuff. Unknowingly or knowingly. Because usually it starts unknowingly. And then after you're halfway through the story, you're like, how the hell am I writing
crop
this
circles,
great story?
Crop circles. Look.
Nice. I don't have that one. Ooh, I got to buy the other $200 worth. I have that one right here. I just looked at that one. I might have that. Black helicopters. MTV. Empty. The word empty, and then VEE. Like MTV. But
Maybe an abduction. I've been abducted a few times.
MTV. And then they show it. Like that. Empty V. MTV.
The clones. And imposters. There's Biden.
I got that one right here.
Fake Biden.
That's what I was saying. I got that one I just showed you. Purge. Look at this one. Purge. He's probably going to come up on that one. I have all my most important ones together. The ones that I like right now.
Yeah, sir.
Gactivists. Gay activists. Gactivists. Get it? Gac. Moral minority. That's a good one. The corporate masters. That's a good one. The corporate masters. Let's see what it says. It says, any corporate group with the power of 4 or more counts double towards your number of groups controlled. I have 2 of those in there.
Don't rock the boat.
Oh no, they have these other cards that you play with. And there's 12 of them.
World hunger.
And they are each of the groups. And one of them is the Bavarian Illuminati. Those
metric
wow,
system.
I only have 1 of those. I would like to get those. You need those to play the game. But now I have the new version. You can buy the new one and play it. It doesn't have all these old cards, but it has some good ones.
Dude, I didn't realize how late it was.
Yeah, it's huge.
You know what? I can't go through this whole deck. I forgot. I got something I gotta do tomorrow morning with the kids and shit, dude.
Oh yeah, you gotta do stuff.
Well,
I gotta.
Yeah, well, I didn't. I was planning on ending like by now, around this time. I just caught it. I was gonna keep going. I was like, oh shit, it's time to end it, dude.
I gotta take over the world tomorrow too. And
yeah, exactly. So it was a good. You know what? It was a good stream. Thank you everybody for showing up. Truth Lover, Daniel Becker. Rock. Let's give him a shout out. See who's here. Rye Russ. Allison Briscoe. Suso, Great Scott. Morgan.
look, I got this pillow done. See this golden pocket?
Wow, you got it. I'll put you full screen. Go ahead.
See, look, you put your hand in it.
Explain the pillow. In are you selling them online or something so people can get them if they want them?
Yeah, I can custom make a pillow for you anytime. This one here, this one, see, it's got a pocket here, and you put the crystal inside of it, and then you sleep on the crystal.
Organized.
It's actually ancient Antiquitech technology.
These are your pillows. What's up, Splatter? These are your pillows that you've been making for a while, and people have gotten them. And
yep, let me show you a couple more I've got for the festival here. I got this one. I made this one special for the Reggae Fest. It says, "Hey, man,
Bearsworth got one.
We be jamming," and it's got a nice custom Rasta colored.
So
pocket.
how can they get them from you if they want to order them from you?
Well, you can shoot me an email, or you can comment on this.
What's your email?
On this video, Andrew.Rastanation, RASTANATION @gmail.com, or you can find me on Instagram at Real Rasta Bear. And yeah, let me show you this one. This one I'm really proud of.
They're really nice.
It's the biggest one I've made so far.
My sister has one.
It's like a freaking body bag. Look at this.
Ooh, I like
freaking massive
I would use that one. How much is
And
that?
look, it's got a red pocket, and the pocket goes really deep in it. It fits my whole arm in there.
Oh, I'll buy that one.
Yeah, it's nice. I can't wait to display this one at the festival. It's going to be a nice talking piece.
Oh, it'll sell right away. Only a life lived for others is the life worthwhile.
Yeah. Body pillows are really good for you. They help with your posture, because a lot of people, they sleep, and it's not good to sleep with your knees completely together, or, it's nice to be able to swaddle something.
All right, listen, thank you guys.
My mother wrote this.
I gotta go.
Only a life lived for others is the life worthwhile.
Your mother, I had to let you go. Your mother wrote that. Go ahead, read it again.
Only a life lived for others is the life worthwhile.
R.I.P. Singe Man's mom. Yo, we're getting out of here. Thank you for showing up. Yo, listen. Seriously though, consider supporting through Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, through the channel, any means necessary, through the Buy Me a Coffee, through the all the different means we have listed in the description of the video. And thank you for showing up, and we'll do this again. We'll be back once we put something together. This was pretty good because we waited a little while. We got some shit together, and we came through with the fire. We come through with the latest, most relevant information that we find possible, bringing it straight to you from out of nowhere,
got a link to that, Dave.
Putting it all together in one stream conveniently, where you can find it all. So enjoy it.
I can't put links in.
And peace.
All right.
Please, don't forget to tip your waitress.
We are concerned about the trouble and trend of irresponsible, one-sided news stories plaguing our country.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false
news has become all too common on social media.
More alarming, some media outlets publish these stories simply aren't true without checking facts first.
Unfortunately, some members of the media use their platforms to push their own personal bias and agenda to control exactly what people think. And this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
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 It's a lie.
don't trust fake news.
Forced into my mind this made-up globe. Now I've set free my mind. I let it go. If this life should last forever, at least we are together. I know I'm not alone. We know it's not a glow. Anywhere, whenever, apart but still together. I know I'm not alone. We know it's not a glow. It's not a glow. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. We know it's not a glow. Spinning ball earth. I now know that you're fake. Deceived since birth. I'm no longer being played. If this life should last forever, at least we are together. I know I'm not alone. We know it's not a glow. Anywhere, whenever, apart but still together. I know I'm not alone. We know it's not a glow. It's not a glow. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. We know it's not a glow. I'm alone. Alone. Not alone. I'm not alone. Not alone. Not alone. We know it's not a glow. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. We know it's not a glow. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. I'm not alone. We know it's not a glow.
Watching all the clocks run backwards, slowly choking out my lungs, throwing all the stones around me until all that's left is one. Youth and age haunt me nightly until their master's work is done. Give to all just what they're asking, while sex and death is all flesh once. And while I've got angels all around me, lighting the fires that free men from feeling. Send your orders inside me. Feel
Keep it chilly during summer when I ride out.